on design and cost estimations and consenting, but then do not gain the external funding, then it is not good use of ratepayers. So for that reason, I think it would be a more sensible approach to ensure that we've secured that external funding before we invest this level of money into the design phase. So for that reason, I'm looking to defer it.
Okay. Councillor McLeod. Are you speaking?
It's not working, but just to help me with my decision making, I just had one question to the officers.
Yes.
If I may, whoever this relates to. What sort of engagement have we had with, I'm assuming, Central Football? Yes. What sort of engagement have we had with Central Football in relation to this? Because I assume that this program has been on for quite some time, from what I hear or from what I gather from elected members that have been here longer than I have been on this table. What sort of engagement have been made with Central Football in relation to this?
Okay, we've got Kathy.
Kathy Deaver-Todd, Manager, Parks and Logistics. This has been an ongoing program. It's been ongoing engagement with Central Football. Central Football have been the proponents of this program. There is a report coming back to Council shortly about where the process is at. The only risk, if you don't fund at this stage, is that we won't have the information that external funding providers may require in order to make a funding decision.
So, yeah, we're in comment, so stand. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Personally, I haven't been here long enough when this first started, but just having heard some of the comments that have been made by the officers, I think I'll be voting against this. Not necessarily because I'm a football player and I love football and I feel like we need more artificial football fields to cater for all sort of sporting grounds or all-purpose sporting grounds. But I feel like this is going to be a great investment for the community. And if the community has been asking for this for a long time, and I feel like it should remain in there. Personally, I'm very comfortable with this staying in there. And in light of the officer's comment and the risks that have been associated to this being removed, I am going to vote against this. So in the great words of MC Hammer, can't touch this.
Okay, right, a reply. Back to you. Oh, sorry, Councillor, you're a bit late coming in, Councillor Naylor. Sorry, Councillor Dennison.
Actually, I'm going to speak in favour of this. I've been round the mulberry bush on this proposal from Central Football with their great excitement of a very large sum that was coming through to New Zealand football from FIFA of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it's never eventuated. And the exploration and all that work has come with a rollover every year. And so even without that other financial commitment, any sign of it, we're progressing this, and I'd rather wait. Because what we're going to commit ourselves to do is fund the whole project if we're not careful, and that was never the intent originally. So I am going to support this being withdrawn. Thank you.
Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, but I wasn't actually going to speak to this, but I will, because it gives me an opportunity really just to provide a correction. The email this morning that I referred to, that came from Councillor Naylor, came at 8:59 a.m, not 8:30 as I previously stated. Again, it's a reference to poor process, poor alignment with the principles of democracy, and I really think that the local sports fraternity probably deserve this matter to be aired through consultation. Thanks.
Councillor Harpiter.
I will be supporting this, and the reason why is pretty much along the lines that Councillor Dennison brought up, is when this did come through, it was with a promise that FIFA was going to be giving money for this, so and we got nothing. So there was no funding that came through, and so Central Football also were not going to be putting any money in as well. So I do think this is a red herring, and I will be supporting this recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Barn.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like us to keep this in at this stage, referring back to your comments at the beginning of today that this is the draft annual budget. Central Football have been regular submitters to our process. I think the questions that are being asked are excellent about the likely deliverability of this project and the likelihood of external funding, but the way that we will know that is when those submissions come in, and at that point it would be appropriate to make a decision whether it's in or out. So at this stage I'd prefer to keep it in. Thank you.
Before I go back to you with right or reply, I'll just, look, I'm not going to support this, and I think there's a couple of reasons why, and I think they have been well circulated, but I remind you, FIFA actually are here in July with the FIFA Women's World Cup. I think we need our community to actually tell us a little bit more about it. I take the views of my colleagues that there has been a lot of promises and talk about it, and not a lot of action yet. But let's keep it alive, at least at this stage, and determine where it goes next. I'm hearing that we may pick up the whole bill. I don't think we will. But actually, do football deserve, and it actually is a football field, it's not really a multi-purpose field, it's a football field. Do they deserve a field here? You'd have to look at the numbers and probably say yes. So I'm of the view we do keep it at this stage. Our people will tell us if it's not going to work. And again, I'll just remind you, FIFA actually are here, and maybe that's the time to strong-arm them into supporting it. Back to you, Councillor Naylor, for right or reply. Okay, let's go to the vote. Okay, our tech has gone down. So we're going to have to do this with a vote of hands. So for the resolution that's up there, all those in favour? Against?
Can the votes be recorded, please, Mr Mayor?
Okay, we're going to have to do it by division.
Susanna, can we just have the motion on the screen so the members know what it is they're voting on?
Yes, I will restart with the work.
Okay, I'm going to go around the table. Councillor Wood? Councillor Harpeta?
For.
Councillor Dennison?
For.
Councillor McCallard?
Against.
Councillor Hancock?
Against.
Councillor Fitzgerald? Councillor Johnson?
Against.
Councillor Barrett?
Against.
Councillor Bowen?
Against.
Councillor Finlay? Councillor Zabellin?
Against.
Councillor Meehan?
Against.
Councillor Naylor?
For.
Councillor Arnott? Deputy Mayor Marshall Lobb?
Against.
Mr Mayor?
Against.
Uh, 10 against and 6 for.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll just make sure we've got our tech up, otherwise this will prolong things.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, are we doing each one separately?
Yeah, because some of the movers and seconders wanted specific speaking rights to them individually. But we can move quickly if we don't do division as well.
Well, I think it's very important that the votes be recorded. if someone's not going to support something?
Well, they are getting recorded.
Yeah. Okay, good.
It's just the matter of how they're being recorded. Okay, we're working on the tech. Okay, this is another resolution from Councillor Naylor around program 1560, the additional car parks at Bill Brown Park.
Thank you. This is on the bottom of your page 11. This is in design phase, and the comment from officers is that will need additional budget to deliver. So for that reason, when we're unsure of the actual cost of delivering this, I think this is a reasonable one to defer to next year to consider.
Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Through you, Mr Mayor, a question to the mover.
Yes.
Have you consulted with the Paparoa Pacifica Community Trust about this proposed reduction?
No, my presumption is that the consultation will happen as a part of our annual budget consultation, and as I said before, any programs that aren't included, I would look to have included in the consultation documentation so that is obvious and transparent to the community.
Thank you.
There are no other speakers to it. Something's really going wrong with the tech. Okay, all right. We might just do the vote on this particular one, and then I'll just ask for a couple of minutes adjournment while we get the tech back up and running. So we will do this by division again, unless people are okay with the show of hands, or do you want a division? Division, okay. We're doing division. If a member calls for division, we'll do
I'll
division.
call for a division, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go the opposite direction of the clock. Mr Mayor.
Sorry, what, Bill, against.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Arnott. Councillor Naylor.
For.
Councillor Meehan.
Against.
Councillor Zabellin.
Against.
Councillor Finlay. Councillor Bowen.
Against.
Councillor Barrett.
Against.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Against.
Councillor Hancock.
Against.
Councillor McCallard.
Against.
Councillor Dennison.
Against.
Councillor Harpeter.
Against.
Councillor Wood.
For.
That's 4 and 12 against, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. Stay where you are, and we'll just, because we've got no screens at all. Streets for people, isn't it? Okay, we've got IT coming down because it's a major, but in the meantime, we'll keep going, and you'll just have to accept the division, and I apologise for that. Okay, so our next one is around another program for deferment around Streets for People in the city centre. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. This program 2122 is on page 13, Streets for People. The Streets for People program was consulted on as a part of the last LTP as being a $31 million program that was broken up into 7 parts. We've delivered on the first stage of that, of the first part, and I think it was about, we delivered that for around $6 million, which was well over what had originally been estimated. So it's really clear that this overall program is going to cost a lot more than what has been previously indicated. The budget that is in our draft copy is for $771,000, and that is just for the design. My thinking on this program has always been, this is good footpath and good road that is not yet ready for renewal. In my view, it would be much more prudent to wait for those areas to be ready to be renewed and apply the design at that point, which is some years away. I think digging up perfectly good footpath and perfectly good road is not good use of money, and there are other much more important priorities for our community, and I think our community has given us that feedback quite well in recent years. So I think it would be premature at this point to be spending $750,000 into design work for a capital program that may or may not proceed. I think that's something for us to consider a bit more in depth in next year's long-term plan considerations, and as I indicated last week at the workshop, I think there is too much being designed. There's more work being designed for than we can probably realistically deliver on. So this is one that I think would be further down the priority list, well down the priority list. So I'm very happy to defer it.
Okay, you're going to have to do your hands because I've got no tech at all. Councillor Harper.
Can I ask a question of the officers?
Yes.
So the impact of us, so the amendment is to delay this. So the impact of this on the program, if we delay this, what is that impact for the program?
Good afternoon, councillors. Hamish Friedman, GM Transport and Development. So the program is to hopefully complete the design this financial year. There's a slight miswording in the commentary there. We will be coming back to council perhaps for some extra funding to make sure we get it finished this year. The timeline looks like we're ahead of schedule, which is great. Next year we're hoping to get into consultation engagement and some procurement if that was going to be the case.
So second follow-up question. So why is the design so expensive? Because that was the question around Councillor Naylor's point. So why is the design so expensive?
So the design's going to be completed this year within the existing budget, plus a little bit extra that we've had to add in for analysis of the intersections. So we need to make sure the intersections actually work and the square would operate as with vehicles in a way that wouldn't affect the rest of the network in an adverse way. So that's been an unexpected.
So it's not expensive, it's just standard design practice, it's not over the top. I'm just trying to ascertain.
Correct. Yeah, it's not. I don't believe it's over the top. It gives us a full picture of the whole CBD upgrade program, including some estimates of what it would cost, so that would come to council to be able to make a decision.
I'll be voting against this. We've had this program on our books for many, many years, and I think to put a halt on this program is probably a disaster for our whole CBD. So I'll be voting against this. I think we need to keep things going for our CBD. We need to keep the action going, and this is one of the programs that does keep the momentum going. So I'm in full in favour to keep the Streets for People project going, and I think once we stop it, then that momentum stops. So I think that we need to keep that going, even if it is in a design phase. We need to keep it going. Thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Colleagues, this, I think, is a prime example of what you call false economy. This is to put the design work in so that we can attract the co-investment to actually deliver this project. And the location of this project is particularly interesting. There's an old abandoned building just on a corner very near this space, which realtor after realtor after realtor in this community has tried to sell. And finally, recently, it sold. So we'll be attracting new investment coming in from the developers of that space. And wouldn't it be entirely the wrong signal to send to that developer and to every other developer in Australasia to say, yep, as soon as you sign up to come to Palmy, we're going to pull the rug out from under your feet. I urge you to vote against this.
Councillor Johnson.
I'm not going to support this, and I'd just like to remind elected members that when we had Rob here last week, I believe, talking to us from the Palmy bid, he made a point about how important it is to the bid that we continue to invest in the city. So, you know, the bid represents business owners in the CBD, and, you know, a specific request was put out to us to please not to pull back from investing in the city. So I think that this would give quite the wrong message, and I think, you know, we're establishing groups like the bid and other groups so that we can hear directly from people that have got a stake in what we're doing. When they give us specific advice, I think we should be listening.
I'll just wade in as well, and look, I won't support it either for a lot of the reasons that other speakers. Timing's everything, and I think we have 2 or 3 live projects at the moment within our central city, including the new CBD hotel, which Councillor Barrett spoke about. That's a $50 million project, and they've come here because they've found us great to work with. We've been open, and they can see that we are doing some other investment. If we pull back on this, the timing's not right. And I appreciate that some elected members may be seeing it's ahead of it where it is. I don't think it is. I think the timing's perfect. We should actually be doing this work while they're constructing, and possibly another 2 projects very close by will take place in a very similar time frame. So it's just the time is not right. So I can't support deferring this. I think we do need to keep going. Are there any other councillors wishing to? Back to you, Councillor, for right to reply.
Thank you. Yeah, I certainly do think we need to listen to our community, and Amanda Lindsley from the Chamber of Commerce submitted to us last year on behalf of business owners in our city and asked us to deliver a 0% rates increase. So, you know, there are many voices in our city, and we do need to listen to all of them. So I'll leave it there, leave it at that.
All right, I was just going to say and vote, but we're going to do the vote now.
On the motion to defer the Streets for People program 2122, Councillor Barrett.
No.
Councillor Bowen.
Against.
Councillor Finlay. Councillor Zabellan.
Against.
Councillor Meehan.
Against.
Councillor Naylor.
For.
Councillor Arnott.
For.
Deputy Mayor.
Against.
Mr Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Wood.
For.
Councillor Harpeter.
Against.
Councillor Dennison.
Against.
Councillor McCallard.
Against.
Councillor Hancock.
Against.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Against.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
I have 4 for and 12 against, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. That motion is lost. We now go to our next one, which is around deferring the program around city centre play. Councillor Naylor, over to you.
Thank you. The city centre play is something I advocated for a few years back, and I believe is of really good benefit to our community, and certainly I've enjoyed watching those areas pop up over the city along the river pathway and other areas. My view is that I would like to see more of those developed in the future, but I think pausing on that for a year would not be a significant impact on our community. I think there are plenty of those areas that can be utilised in the meantime.
Okay, are there any councillors wishing to speak? Councillor Johnson.
Sorry, I know I promised not to speak, but I just can't rein myself in, I'm afraid. I just want to remind councillors and perhaps inform new councillors that City Centre Play was a project that came to us through submissions from the public about the lack of play options for children in the CBD. So we're very good on the destination parks and on the pocket parks in suburbs, but the CBD was not a good space for children for play. And so it's taken quite a while to get this off the ground. First of all, we had to go through the development of the play policy, and it was deferred for many years because of that. And so I'm really reluctant to see it deferred further. And I think for the small amount of saving that it would be to defer it, I think we shouldn't be disappointing the community who've been waiting for years for this to come about. Thank you.
Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. The technology has just let me down at the moment, so I'll get that replaced shortly. But look, this is just another example of council attempting to turn its back on the community. Councillor Johnston is right. This actually came as a request from the community in terms of attracting people and giving some functionality to our CBD. And really, it's all about the activation of our city centre. And I just remind councillors that people attract people. So if you have things that attract people, it will bring the people to the CBD. So it puts some heart back into our community. So please reject this. Thank you.
Okay, back to you, Councillor, for right of reply.
Thank you. I don't think $151,000 is a small amount of money, and I don't believe our ratepayers would consider it to be a small amount of money either. This program, if you look on page 12, was budgeted in our year 3 as $74,000. The officer comment is temporary installations of park equipment has proved popular. So we're doubling that budget. The comment is category 4 deferred to the LTP. I'm a little bit confused. Perhaps I should have asked those questions at the beginning. I'm not sure why we're doubling that budget. At the very least, we should have been keeping it at the year 3 level. But my view is that I'm quite happy to defer it. That's what the comment says in our paper, defer to LTP. So I'm advocating for what the officers have included in our paper, and that to be to defer it. I certainly don't want to double it. So I'd urge you to support this recommendation.
All right, we'll go to the vote.
Members on deferring program 2006 City Centre Play to the long-term plan process. Councillor Bowen.
Against.
Councillor Wood.
For.
Councillor McCallard.
Against.
Councillor Arnott.
For.
Councillor Zabellum.
For.
Councillor Dennison.
Against.
Councillor Harpeter. Deputy Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Meehan.
For.
Mayor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Finlay.
For.
Councillor Naylor.
For.
Councillor Barrett.
Against.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Against.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Hancock.
Against.
I have 6 for and 10 against.
Thank you. Right, we move to exotic aviaries. Okay, and that's deferring that program. Back to you, Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. That's at the top of page 12. It's $135,000. When Wildbase was proposed quite some years back, that was meant to be instead of replacing the aviaries. However, we've done the investment into Wildbase, and that's a great asset to the city. I don't believe we need to be investing this level of money further into the aviaries. This is once again for detailed design and consenting.
Okay, is there anybody wishing to speak? Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and members might be aware I've been on the Wild Base Board for a number of years, and of course Councillor Naylor is absolutely correct. The original proposal that went to the community was to establish a native rehabilitation centre instead of exotic aviaries, and that's what we went ahead and did with the great support from our community. But what also came out of that project was great support from our community for exotic aviaries, and particularly from the disability community, who found a special value in being able to sit and observe those exotic species in that open area that we provide. And so that's maybe for new members some of the history to that piece of work. And I am not best qualified to speak to it. I have a colleague who's much more qualified in this regard than I, but my understanding is that those exotic aviaries do not meet current code for the welfare of those animals. And so there's a pressing need to go ahead with the design, at least for that work, so that we can be ahead of the requirements. So I won't support taking this out of the budget.
Before I go back to you, Councillor, for right to reply, this is Councillor Wood. I won't support it either. Those that have been around a little bit longer will know that when we went to the community, there was actually quite a strong voice to keep some form of what the exotic aviaries were. And I've heard many people speak about families, children, even myself going down and having a good look. And it's actually encouraged me to have a look in other cities as well. Councillor Bowen spoke about certain groups, like the disability groups, that use the esplanade for stimulation, and certainly it's a lovely place to be. Those aviaries do need work, it's very obvious, but I do think we need to continue with the program. Is there an opportunity for external funding further on? I think there probably is. And like many other botanical gardens around our country, they have attracted other partners in this. So I'd like to keep it on the books, see what our community again says, and we'll take it from there. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to speak very briefly. Those of you who know me know I have a particular soft spot for animal welfare, particularly that of birds. And that's led to my line of questioning, which may have seemed a bit silly, but at the end of the day, to me, it makes a difference if this is aviaries to purchase new birds, or if this is aviaries to accommodate our existing birds. And frankly, given that a large amount of this will be to accommodate the existing birds we already have, I will be voting against this in favour of upgrading the aviaries. We need to look after the animals that we currently have in our care, and I'm not, given that it's for our current animals, comfortable just leaving it as is, particularly if Councillor Bowen's comments are true that they aren't up to code.
Okay, are there any more comments around? Okay, no, that's great. All right, we will go straight to the vote.
Furthering Program 1838, Exotic Aviaries.
Happy to do it with a show of hands unless someone calls for a division.
I'd like to call a division.
The members called for a division, and it does actually register who's voted what.
Deferring Program 1838, Exotic Aviaries. Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Hancock.
Against.
Councillor Barrett.
Against.
Councillor Finlay. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Against.
Councillor McCallard.
Against.
Councillor Dennison.
Against.
Councillor Bowen.
Against.
Councillor Naylor.
For.
Councillor Wood.
Against.
The Mayor.
Against.
The Deputy Mayor. Not here. Councillor Arnott.
For.
Councillor Zabellan. Against. Councillor Hapeta. Can I just ask councillors to turn their microphones on because people online won't be able to hear you. So Councillor Zabellan was against. Councillor Hapeta against. Councillor Meehan.
Against.
Thank you. 2 members for and 13 against.
Okay, thank you. Okay, program to defer. The next one is neighbourhood streetscape, and I'll go to you, Councillor Naylor.
Just briefly to say, for the same reasons as the other streetscape, I thought this was something that could wait. It is on page 16 of your papers, and it says in the comment deferred to LTP, but I'm not sure if that's an error, but it hasn't been taken out of that line. So I'm proposing that it actually is deferred to LTP as the comment in our papers. And sorry, just to add that this is something that $0 was actually in our Year 3 LTP budget for. So I'm not quite sure. It must have been a carry forward. Oh, it's a carry forward. So I'm happy to carry that forward further.
Okay, any further comments? There being none. Oh, sorry, Councillor Harpiter.
Can I just ask the officers what this impact will be on this one if we do defer it?
In this case, Councillor Naylor was correct. It is an error.
Okay, thank you.
It's an error.
Can you just clarify what you mean by an error? It shouldn't be, that line item shouldn't be in there?
Correct, yes, it should have been 0. It was one of the ones that we were planning on spending the full budget this year.
We'll just
not
fix
carrying
that up
forward.
as part of the paperwork, in which case, yeah.
Thank you.
So you'll withdraw this? Yep. We don't need it.
Well, it's an error. And perhaps it might be worth pointing out, Mr Mayor, that one of the other motions I had is also an error in the paper, which will be changed by officers to 0, one of the Memorial Park ones for 184,000.
Great. Okay, on to our next one. As this time from a different councillor, Councillor Wood, and this is around deferring the resource recovery.
Councillor, I want to speak about this one because this one's on quite a different vein to everything else we've been discussing up till now. This is about the relative risk of doing this versus the relative risk of not doing this. So my understanding from the paper is effectively we're removing our power source that powers our resource recovery and our three waters from the Three Water Centre, so we've got 2 independent power sources. For me, yes, we do run a risk if we don't do this, that the current government's re-elected, the Three Water assets transfer middle of next year, and we still have our power in that centre. However, there's 2 things to that. One, I see no world where they'll simply say, right, we'll turn the lights off on your resource recovery centre, you're done. I would see that if we'll know in 7 months' time what is happening, we'll have solid footing to make decisions off, and in 7 months' time, if it's happening, bang, officers bring it back and we do it. That's fine. The risk I see is if we do this and there's a change of strategy from central government and we don't end up separating these assets, we've just spent $500,000 creating a new power source that we don't need. And so for our community, I feel we aren't at great risk of not doing it. We will be able to kick into gear once we've got a solid decision from the government and do it at that stage. But to me it seems like a lot of money to spend on something that we don't know if it will end up being needed. So I would rather we deferred it and made that decision once we have solid ground from the government. And this is not a question of politics, whether you think the government will or won't win. This is just looking at our risk. There's a possibility of a change of direction from the central government. Therefore, I think we should plan for that. And I would rather we take the risk of not doing it, in which case, if it does change, we don't need it, then it's fine. We've saved $500,000. Otherwise, we can spend the $500,000 in 7 or 8 months' time if it is needed. So, different kind of thinking, but I would rather just see us wait on this one until we know what we're doing.
A number of you about to speak. Could I just ask a question of officers, please? Just regardless of what entity or whatever we're in, would we do this work anyway to understand what we're doing with resource recovery and data resilience?
Simple answer is yes. So we have a lot of issues with power and data and things at that site. I guess timing-wise, we actually brought this forward from year 1, I guess, of the next LTP forward to here to time it with the waters, but we have a lot of issues out there and a lot of resilience issues.
Thank you. Okay, well,
In that case, Mr Mayor, I'm comfortable to withdraw it. The comment in there was that it was directly linked to Three Waters, so if it's something we're going to do anyway, then I'm happy for it to be withdrawn.
Okay. Is the seconder okay with that? Great, thank you. That makes time go better. All right, we're on to our next one, and... Okay. All right, so that's end of capital new.
Oh, sorry, Mr Mayor, I've got two amendments in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, because I've noted, yes, we've got two from Councillor Johnson. My apologies.
Okay, so this next one is again from another councillor to include program 1459 social housing. Over to you, Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. So this programme was timed for this particular year to coincide with the end of our building works at Papaioa Place. And there are several reasons why I think it needs to remain in the programme. The first one is that we have an established need for housing for people in the city. So on our own waiting list, we have 301 people, and of those, 215 are people who are homeless currently. And we know that our occupation rate of our own social housing units is about 98 or 99%, and that the turnover is very low. The Kāinga Ora waiting list, they have 630 people or families on their housing register. So there's an established need in the city right now. And this money is not to start building in the next year, it's to do the design phase. If we don't do it, then we will lose momentum on our social housing building projects. We know that we can deliver social housing and good social housing. In the last few years, we've delivered 78 new homes at Papaioa Place, and we've got 7 more that will be completed this year to bring us up to 85. In that time, I think Kāinga Ora have built 140 houses. So as you can see, between us and Kāinga Ora, we're still not going to be anywhere near building enough houses for the people on the waiting list, even if we were to include this programme. But it still is better than nothing. We had multiple submissions to every annual budget and every long-term plan for as long as I can remember, from before I've been on council, about the need for council to be a provider of social housing and to increase our social housing stock. And we made a commitment to our community that we would do this. Our own strategic direction, which is on our website, says that we want to provide more social houses. And when we had our get-together, our strategic planning get-together a few weeks ago, many of us identified housing as the #1 priority for the community. We know that the demographics of our city project that we will have a greater number of seniors, and our housing is predominantly for people who are seniors with a community services card. And we know that the cost of rent at the moment is such that seniors find that if they don't own their own home once they retire, that it's very difficult to maintain paying the cost of rent out of just superannuation. I am keen that we don't defer this, because at the moment we have got project coordinators and contractors who are working on these projects. We know that there's a long lead-in time, and delaying it will not result in any houses being built any quicker. So I just urge you all, this is not something that should be deferred. This is a key project for us to be able to provide for people in the city for social well-being, and I'd urge you to support it being back in the draft. If not, if it's not in the draft, I promise you, you'll be sitting through a lot of submissions on the annual budget from members of the community who want it back in. Thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Could I ask a question of the mover, Mr Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Johnson, of this sort of $14 million programme, is it just for new additional stock, or is it also for renewal of existing stock?
No, it's additional stock.
Okay. Could I speak to that then? Councillors, as you know, I'm fully in favour of developing new housing throughout the city, and I think Councillor Johnson is correct when housing was identified as this council's one of our top priorities. But housing is different to social housing. They are definitely interlinked, but for me, there are a number of different roles that organisations in our community play into the development of social, community and commercial housing. So for me, I fully support the renewal of our existing housing stock. We have to look after the tenants that we have, and we have to make sure that the stock we have is up to a good and livable standard. However, this is a separate issue to that. This is about the council stepping into the plate as a social housing developer. And for me, I don't see that as being council's role. Council is an enabler. We have a large amount of land, which many of us have already discussed, could potentially be disposed or provided to community developers, to commercial social housing developers. And I would be more than happy to vote in favour of us giving them that land at a quarter, a tenth, an eighth of the cost of that land to provide that step up. We have so many developers in the community who the number one issue they have is getting access to land at an affordable rate for their developments to take place. So I see if council is going to do something in this space, which I believe we should, our role should be focused on supporting and enabling those in our community with the experience, the connections and the ability to develop that housing. We've got the resource to do it, and I would rather see us work in that space. I fully supported the redevelopment of Papaoia Place of our existing social housing stock, and I think that was a very sensible move to take, and the intensification of that where it was appropriate, because you don't just rebuild the same thing you built 50 years ago. And when council decisions come through to rebuild other stock of ours, I will be fully in favour of doing so. But this is different. This is about us becoming a, over and above what we already have, social housing developer. And that, I don't feel, is what our community wants. I don't feel is what we have the capacity to deliver. So I respect Councillor Johnson's push for this, and I know, I can feel the desire for us just to do it, but I don't feel it is our role, and I feel we would be better placed to support those in our community who are crying out for the land to do this. So I don't support bringing this back into the plan, although as Councillor Naylor has already mentioned, I do support it being one of the things that is listed in our consultation document as something that we've considered, so that if there is huge outcry and demand from our community for us to be the developers of social housing, then we'll listen to that on our submissions. Thank you.
Can I just ask a question of officers? Councillor Johnson sort of outlined exactly what this money would be for. Where are we building these houses? It's not Summerhays, is it?
No, this is not Summerhays.
Right.
Basically, council hasn't made that decision yet, so it could be looking to repeat what we've done at Papaoia Place, where we could take an existing complex and build more and intensify, or the option could be to go and buy some land and do something completely additional.
Okay. All right, cool. Okay, Councillor Naylor and then Councillor Bowen.
Thank you. I absolutely agree with Councillor Johnson that we do have a need for housing in our city, and I think we've got a really key part to play in addressing that as council. However, I won't be supporting putting this program in at this time. I feel that would be a little bit premature to be doing a design of a build that we don't even know where that is. And my other reason is that we have got 2.5 million that's been approved as the Better Off funding that is about design and construction of Summerhays, design of Huia Street, as well as investigation and design of Centre City housing. All three of those areas have the potential for some social or affordable housing to be included. I would rather us look at the options of partnering with our community to get housing built and utilising that funding that's already in there to progress this work, rather than adding a new program that's design work for something that we haven't really determined the strategy well as a council. So I won't be supporting this.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to be clear, this is not adding a programme. This is putting back in a programme that's been taken out of the original draft. So this isn't new work. This is work that's already on our books. I suppose, reflecting on this, one of the things I have been most proud of over my time on council has been our work on social housing. There's the famous quote that the measure of society is how we look after our most vulnerable. Council's social housing speaks to our most vulnerable in our city, our elderly, our disabled, as Councillor Johnson has mentioned. And as she mentioned, we have nearly 1,000 people across the city who are in desperate need of housing, many of whom would fall into that vulnerable category. So to say that we'll do renewals isn't really going to solve the problem. This programme continues our excellent work, work that I've been proud of, not just that we're doing it, but that we've been doing it in a non-partisan, productive way, that there's been good consensus around the table about this is what our community wants us to do. I've heard that very clearly on my time in council. When we've talked about social housing, there is definite community desire to see us step into that space, not to wait for somebody else to solve our problems, which of course we could do for any of this, wait and see if somebody else will come and bail us out. But our community have said clearly that this is something that they think we should be doing. I was proud that our council stepped into the social housing space when most of the councils were stepping out of it, when government was giving really strong signals that they didn't think councils should be doing it. We said we would, because it's what our community wanted, and we saw that we could. And so we did, and we've been very successful at it. It will be a shame to lose that now.
Councillor Hancock.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and sorry, I can't get in the voting queue at the moment, but I guess probably the points I really want to make is that in recent years, the chant from all points of our communities across the nation has been homelessness, homelessness, homelessness. And we just have to just look at the numbers, 300 waiting for our social housing or thereabouts, and 200 of those people are in fact actually living in cars or couch surfing or whatever. So really for us to actually withdraw our agreement to actually invest in this area at this point in time is actually very, very counterintuitive. So I just urge everybody to support this, because this is a direction that we as a council set probably, I think it was last year. And the community has given us many, many steers in terms of their expectation around housing. So really, for it to have been taken out, now we want to put it back in. It's got to be in there, so please vote in support. Thank you.
Councillor Harpiter.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm in full support of housing, and housing for the total community, social housing, but also housing that's affordable housing. And I'm really looking forward to see what we do at Summerhays and Huia Street. It's really important to see what we're going to do in those areas, and also in our inner city. I really want to see what we can come up with in those areas. This program was taken out by officers in order to reduce our rates. And that's the key point in this, and so that we are not putting this expense onto our community at this time. So that's what the officers have done, so that the rates aren't going to be as high going forward. It's going to be 7.6, well, whatever it's going to be, because we've actually added another $1 million back in, but whatever it's going to be. So that's why this program was taken out. I'm not saying I'm against social housing, but I'm saying, as Councillor Wood said, I would prefer if we go forward and we could look at other options, and we could look at doing a private partnership with other providers. That's what would be my thing, and we look at the land that we've got, but we look at other options of it going forward, rather than us burdening it with our community. That's what I want to do going forward. I don't think we should have to burden it with our community to pay for everything. Thank you.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First, I'm going to support keeping this money in the pot. Secondly, I'd just like to share with the council that housing, whether it's social housing, whether it's affordable housing, I'm looking forward to working with my councillor colleagues about housing being more than just the house. The wraparound services and supports that need to come along behind some of those vulnerable in our community are a really big part, and I agree with Councillor Wood that perhaps it's about partnering with those that are already in the community who are struggling to find the land. I was recently part of an opportunity to participate in the Tamakuku, but we as a provider could not afford to pay the purchase prices for those sections up there and still end up with an affordable housing product for our community. So I'd share that with you. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Right, a reply back to you, Councillor.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and thanks, colleagues, for your comments. I detect that there is a level of muddying of the waters because of the Better Off funding. So just to be really clear, the Better Off funding does not mention social housing. It mentions design for Huia Street, for Central City Housing and for Summerhays. This money is specifically for social housing that council would provide. So the two are separate. It may be that a decision is made by council that we use this money to repeat what we successfully did at Papaioa Place, but in another one of our social housing developments. The fact is we haven't decided yet. We're waiting for an options paper to come to us on what the best use of this, this funding is. So I wouldn't like councillors to feel, well, the money's there from Better Off, so we don't need this money. They're two separate things completely. That's the first thing to say. The second thing to say is that a number of people have mentioned community partnerships, and we have put our toe in the water on community partnerships up at Tamakuku Terrace, and I think there's been quite a bit of learning from that experience. I don't think it's an either or, I think it's a yes and. Council can build social housing, which we have done historically and recently very successfully. And the advantage to people of having council as a landlord is that council is a stable landlord, a good landlord, and we provide income-related rents. Other partners may deal with things slightly differently. I think there's room for us to partner with community housing providers as well as do our own developments. In terms of the burden on the rates which was mentioned, I don't believe that this would have a significant burden on the rates in year one. I don't have a figure to hand, but previously the figure was given to us that 10 million would put 0.2% on rates in year one, and this is only 10% of that, so I would imagine it would be 0.02% on rates in year one. Happy to be corrected if I'm not correct. So look, this is much more about are we responding to what our community wants us to do? We know that we've got responsibilities under the Local Government Act to provide for social well-being. We know that we've got people in our community that need housing, and we know that our community expects us to step up and do our bit, not do everything, as some members have said, a bit. So even if we were to spend the whole 14 million that we have in the budget in building social housing, it wouldn't get rid of even our own waiting list, let alone anyone else's waiting list. So let's not kid ourselves that this is some magic programme that's going to totally house everybody in Palmerston North. It isn't, but it is a contribution towards that. And I would urge you all to support it. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to the vote.
On retaining program 1459, social housing, Councillor Hancock.
For.
Councillor McKellett.
For.
Councillor Naylor.
Against.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Mayor.
For.
Councillor Meehan.
For.
Councillor Zabellan.
For.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
For.
Councillor Dennison.
For.
Councillor Barrett.
For.
Councillor Wood.
Against.
Councillor Arnott.
Against.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Finlay.
For.
Councillor Harpeter.
Against.
11 for and 4 against, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Right, we're going to the final one around Capital New, and that's around the streetlight infill, and that's Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. This is a programme, again, that has got some sort of historical background that newer members may not be aware of. So, in my first term on council, there was a programme to replace street lighting, the old lighting, with LEDs, and that was carried out. But then we soon heard from the community that some streets didn't have an adequate level of lighting as a result of the LED rollout, and it became clear that the spacing between street lights in some streets was not close enough together for the LED lights to be able to provide adequate lighting. The old lights had had a wider sort of spread of spill, I think they call it in technical terms, spill of light, which had covered the gaps, but the new LED lights didn't. And for those who weren't here, it was a very contentious issue. People raised issues of not feeling safe, especially, people walking at night on their own felt quite vulnerable, were worried about crime, particularly burglary and so on. We had, as I recall, petitions in here from streets requesting us to sort their street out. And as a result, a programme was put into the long-term plan over, I think, 7 years to upgrade the streets in the city that didn't have adequate lighting. And that upgrade required often putting in additional lighting poles, sometimes tree trimming or whatever. But the aim of it was that by the end of the programme, all of the streets in the city would have adequate lighting. And to be honest, I mean, I really felt that 7 years was quite a long time to expect people to wait to get their street lighting back up to just, an adequate standard. But anyway, that was what was deemed affordable. And so here we are, several years later. I'm not prepared to go out to the residents of this city and say that the deal that we had with them, that we would upgrade their streets to an adequate lighting level, is off the table. That's just not good enough. We're already in a situation where many people are feeling that their safety is at risk for various reasons, and to delay actually providing adequate street lighting, I think, is very short-sighted. So would urge you to include this back in. The officers have given us the steer that it's a deliverable programme, and I think we should absolutely go ahead with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Anybody else wishing to speak to it? Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm rising colleagues to speak in support of the inclusion of this programme in the budget. As you may have picked up from my line of questioning, some rather gloomy streets around my neck of the woods. Go out for a walk in the evening, that's great. Don't particularly feel concerned, but I've always kind of thought that those streets would be the ones that would surely pop up the next year. They're nowhere near the front of the queue, which means that these other streets are probably twice as gloomy or 3 times as gloomy as the ones I'm in, which already feel quite gloomy to me. So I really would urge you to make sure that we do support getting this program out there, because there are a number of streets in a number of neighbourhoods, as we've seen through the good answers that officers have provided now, that will directly benefit from this resourcing, and it's something that we do owe the community to see through in good faith this program that meets the needs generated by the change in lighting that Councillor Johnson outlined. Thank you.
Councillor Bowen, did you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to say that a week might be a long time in politics, but 5 years is a very long time. And it was 2018 when we had, when we put this programme in place. And to remind elected members, or maybe inform some new ones, this came out of New Zealand Transport Agency offering us funding to change our lighting to LED, and we took that opportunity with great enthusiasm, and then we had to do a little bit of work to fill the gaps that were left by it. So our community came and asked for this. It's about a perception of safety, maybe more than actual safety, but perception is reality in many people's eyes. And people feeling not safe to walk down their local road, that's not something any of us intended when we took the NZTA funding. It's taken a while to try and walk that back. It will be a shame not to see that through to the end now.
Okay, do we need a right of reply? No, I don't think you do. We'll vote.
to reinstate the Streetlight Infill Program 1367 into the draft budget. Councillor Barrett.
For.
Councillor Hancock.
For.
Councillor Arnott.
Against.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Wood.
For.
Councillor Habita.
For.
Councillor Dennison.
For.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
For.
Councillor Meehan.
For.
Councillor Naylor.
Against.
Councillor Finlay.
For.
Councillor McCallard.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
The Mayor.
For.
Councillor Zabellan.
For.
13 for and 2 against.
Thank you. All right, we'll do the substantive for, we've now completed capital new, well done. No, seriously, well done. We have now that the Chief Executive, this is a substantive motion that the Chief Executive incorporate the proposed capital new programs, including assumptions around carry forwards from the 22-23 year as detailed in Schedule A and the draft 2023-24 annual budget, incorporating resolutions 1 to 4 above. So that includes obviously our reinstating the carbon fund back into the draft. We're deferring the CAB building work. We're reinstating the social housing into the draft, and we're reinstating the lighting, which we just voted on. I'll ask for the vote.
Councillor Zabellan.
For.
Oh, sorry. My colleague has asked for a mover and seconder.
Oh, it's not even afternoon tea yet. I'm happy to move it, seconded by Councillor Harper.
Thank you. Councillor Zabellan.
For.
Councillor Meehan.
For.
Councillor Harpeta.
For.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
For.
Councillor Arnott.
For.
The Mayor.
For.
Councillor Finlay.
For.
Councillor Barrett.
For.
Councillor McCallard.
For.
Councillor Hancock.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Dennison.
For.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Naylor.
For.
Councillor Wood.
For.
That's unanimous. Okay, could I just ask the officers in a real time where we're sitting at the moment? Does anybody handle on that, or do we need to come back to you? I'm talking about the rates. The CE reminded me what the time was.
We basically, with what we've taken, with the one big projects coming out and the additional ones coming in, we've gone from, I think, 7.65 to 7.63. So we're about the same, roughly.
Okay, that's quite a lot of work for 7.63. Okay. All right, we'll move through to B, and this is around renewals. I'm going to, this time I will actually ask the mover and second if we can move this in one lot, but I'll allow you to speak to the lot, the entire lot. You happy with that? Okay, great. Okay, so Councillor Wood, it's around the annual budget and Schedule B, resolution around reducing the following programs to a total of 1.5 million, and they programs around computer replacement, furniture replacement, CAB renewals, telecommunications replacements, replacement of photocopiers, printers, and plant and vehicle replacements. Councillor Wood.
Oh, sorry, Mr Mayor, just before Councillor Wood steps in, did we get an email about this?
Yes, it was part of Councillor Naylor's email this morning.
Part of Councillor Naylor, thank you.
Okay, let's back to you, Councillor Wood.
Right. Hopefully this will be a lot more meaningful than .02. In fact, this would be of a tune of 0.5% on the overall rates that we go out and consult on, taking $1.5 million out of our budget, which is, of course, done over a 3-year period, meaning a third of that would be impacted in this current year. So all of the renewals that I have included, recommended reducing, are internal. There is no reduction in our outward-facing levels of service because of this. This is about the message that we send to our community in terms of how we operate. Everyone in the community at the moment is hurting. Inflation is killing people in businesses and people generally in the community. We've got businesses across our city who are looking to create greater efficiencies in how they operate, to deliver more for the same. And so for us to go out and replace to have brand new computers, to have brand new phones, to have a brand new kitchen in the CAB, brand new desks, brand new cars, does not send the message that I feel we should be sending to our community. Everybody is having to tighten the belt here at the moment, and I feel as an organisation we should lead by example. I am not the only program in there that is being cut by 100%, that I would suggest we reduce by 100%, is furniture replacement for office furniture. The rest of it, I accept that there are levels that need to happen, and most of it is being reduced by half. The CAB renewals, there's a leak in the roof that needs to be fixed, but there's also a new kitchen they're putting in. So hence why I've put it as a reduction by a sixth, to allow for that leak in the roof to be fixed, but not for the new kitchen to go in. Because frankly, at a time where our community is struggling, that we are looking at levying a 7.6% rates increase on them to pay for a whole swathe of new equipment, I don't feel is the positive message that we're trying, or the message that we should be sending to our community. So this is not about levels of service, this is about how we ourselves operate and how we show discipline in our community. And yep, down the track, when rates is sort of back under control, perhaps there's scope for replacement of this. Now, I do recognise with depreciation there is an optimal point to sell something in terms of getting a return. And I recognise we may miss that optimal point on some of this. But frankly, at the end of the day, we will make do. People in our community are making do in a tough situation. So I feel this is the ethically responsible thing for us to do, to be disciplined, to lead by example, and to show our community that we are not taking the mickey with this rate increase. We are doing everything we can to make sure that we are leveraging as little cost upon them as possible, and we are not paying for nice-to-haves like new computers. Frankly, if I need to give up my computer to an officer who needs a brand new one, I am more than happy to tomorrow. Hannah, come see me. I'll take one from 5 years ago. I do not need brand new equipment to be able to function. Nobody does. So this is about doing the right thing. And I see this as a reasonably sensible reduction that would lead to a genuine reduction in the rates that we are consulting in of 0.5%, which is meaningful. So, yeah, I feel this is the right thing to do, and I hope you support me.
Councillor Harpiter.
Can we have a response from the CE of how any of this impacts and how we get, a response?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Mayor. I did make some comments in here. That, as you're aware, there are some other programs so digital transformation is one of those, for instance. There may be a requirement for some new technology relating to that particular project. Some of the other items as well, for instance, I'd suggest some of the council plant vehicle replacement and some of the other items in there might very well have health and safety implications associated with those as well. We do need to be mindful that we are putting, in particular the vehicle replacement, there are some heavy vehicles that are included in amongst that. I would imagine that that particular recommendation isn't necessarily targeting those. It's looking at possibly some of the light fleet, which would certainly be okay about having a look at, but certainly some of our guys that are out on the road do need to make sure that they're in the right gear, right vehicles and those sorts of things to keep them safe while they're out and about. I think that probably covers off the bulk of the comments around that. Happy to perhaps take any other thoughts or questions if I haven't answered that fully.
Councillor.
Is there any that we could live with or we couldn't live with? The thing for me would be to actually probably just
because I haven't necessarily seen some of these things early enough. It would be just having a look at what the, if there are any unintended consequences of actually not putting those things in there, and I couldn't answer that fully at the moment. So hence the reason why I've generalised a little bit about health and safety. What are some of that technology, telecommunications replacement. We do need to make sure that we're doing some work around our customer service centre and making sure that the technology is appropriate in that space. So there is some work already happening in there. But I would need to probably just do a bit more work on that, and apologise I don't have that full detail in front of me.
Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
That was going to be my exact question as well. Thank you.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. I'm really happy to support these. I know some of this does feel a bit tricky, but the renewals, I think I acknowledge the work that Councillor Wood has done to identify some renewal programs that shouldn't have a significant impact long term. This overall budget reduction of 1.5 million would bring us a little bit more well aligned with what closer to what we actually usually spend on renewals. The most we've ever spent is 26.7 million. So this would bring our overall budget down to 27.5 million. I think particularly the photocopies and printers, I think there's some activity in our council where I look at the amount of stuff that's printed and think, we could really prune back on that, and that would align well with our environmental sustainability goals. I think this sort of resolution would kind of push us in the right direction to actually, it would force us to actually confront how we can do that in a practical level and in an operational level. So I think some of these might be challenging. I think some of these would actually have some very positive outcomes in that way also. So yeah, really happy to support this. The other thing I want to comment on is that we do have 2 weeks. This is still a draft, and we do have 2 weeks. Any potential implications that we might not know about, this is the first go that we have at it, but can still be changed. I know it's not ideal to change on the 15th, but we do have till the 15th to finalise everything. So I think putting this on the table at this point is a really good opportunity to consider how we can reduce our renewals that does have, as has been pointed out, a very direct impact on rates increases.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, a question building on the response to the prior one. It would be helpful for me to understand kind of the path back for any of this investment if we were to vote to reduce these programs. What opportunities would council have to revisit that decision between now and 30th of June?
Through the Mayor, I'd suggest it's pretty difficult to put these back in at the 15th if you were to choose to take them out at that point in time. There's a pretty short turnaround to get the CDs consultation document completed and out. Certainly, when we're looking to finalise the annual plan in June, that would be opportunity to have these back in if you chose to do so, or out if you chose to do so as well.
Cool, thank you. Thank you. So by way of comment, this is an area that I've, watched for a number of years in council and frankly in other large organizations and bureaucracies that are on quite a fast, to my view, treadmill of, pumping new hardware in one end of the system and firing it out the other end after 2 to 3 to 4 years use. And I would be prepared to support this at this stage and look forward to further investigation from council officers around potential implications and give us the opportunity to revisit further down the track. I think Councillor Wood's quite right. This is something that, does have a meaningful quantum in terms of the rates, unlike the last 5 hours, and gives us the, real opportunity, I think, to have a look inside and make sure that we're doing what we reasonably can at a time when our whole community is quite often deciding if they can hold on to a vehicle for another year before replacing it, if they can hold on to that mobile phone for another year before replacing it, et cetera. So I think it's a fair and reasonable and proportionate response from this council, and plenty of opportunities to explore between now and the 30th of June. So at this stage, I'm prepared to support it, and will vote in support, and would urge colleagues to do the same.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm not going to support this at this stage for a number of reasons, which I'll attempt to explain. The first one is that I don't feel I have a really good grasp of what the consequences of this would be. And I'm reluctant to make cuts across the board in what are effectively the tools of the job for our own staff. And when I look at things like computer replacement, it sounds attractive, doesn't it, to reduce the budget? But what's the consequence of that? Is it going to be equipment breaking down, like we've seen today? Is it going to be an increased risk of, some cyber attack because the computer technology isn't up to date? These are the things that concern me. When I see things like telecommunications replacement reduced by half, I'm thinking, well, we've got a customer service centre that services a number of other city councils that have just proved over the last few weeks how absolutely essential they are. When other councils had no telecommunications, our team was taking thousands of calls. So why would we want to reduce the equipment there to replace equipment that's coming to the end of its life? And then when we come to plant and vehicle replacements, again, it looks attractive on the line on a piece of paper, but does it mean that vehicles are going to break down more often? Does it mean that we're going to have a bigger repair bill ultimately? Are we going to be less efficient because we've got plant off the road? We know already if we have a tip truck breakdown or a recycling truck breakdown, how that impacts on the whole collection across the city for the week. So I'm really reluctant to make these kind of reductions sort of half in the dark without knowing the consequences, but having some understanding of what some of those potential consequences might be. And whilst I do understand that people are looking for savings, and I think that that's fair enough, I think that this could be a very short-sighted attempt to provide savings, and I would suggest that you don't do it. Thank you.
Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you, may I ask a question of officers? If my recollection is right, I think some of these programs were subject to deferrals from previous years. So I just wonder if I could get a comment on that, please.
I'll have to go to Cam on that one.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I would have to double check the specifics of the programs here, but if I recall rightly, we did make some reductions in some areas in this current budget in the May-June space. I just can't remember off the top of mind what they were. I'll just have to go back and have a look, just to be sure.
Thank you, Cam, and thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, I'm not going to support these. Like Councillor Johnson, I feel that we're probably trying to shoot from the hip in terms of figuring out where we can actually make some more reductions from what officers have already made for us. I think the risk here is that I'm pretty sure that some of these have previously had deferrals on them, which means that we're going to be compounding costs on compounding costs, and there are some risks there. And we need to be very, very sure of what it is that we take out of the budget, that we are not going to be creating more risks and more costs in subsequent years. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Isabella.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I agree somewhat with all of the comments. I have a lot of sympathy with a more thrifty approach, but I don't feel comfortable without, as Councillor Johnson pointed out, without seeing more information about the full effects of this, because we're talking about looking after the staff that we've got, we're talking about attracting people and retaining people, and we're also talking about the message, what Councillor Wood talked about, the message we send with this sort of spend. I think about the message we send to our staff and to our people if we make this kind of decision without any kind of information or fully exploring what the impact is on our people and their ability to carry out their jobs. So just more information would be really helpful for weighing up this kind of decision. Kia ora.
Councillor McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, really, want to acknowledge Councillor Wood's desire to try to find some savings and cut down on certain things. But personally, I'm not in favour of this, personally. Also, we've just heard from our CE when it comes to, let's say, we talk about, let's say, computer replacement, for example, and when we see telecommunication replacements, we're currently living in a digitized or digital world, and digital transformation is needed in every organization to make sure that our systems, our softwares are up to date with certain things. And I know that, we are currently in a high interest rates or high inflation environment, and the first thing that comes to us whenever we're looking at some of these costing is to cut, and apply austerity measures to some of these programs. But personally, from an employment perspective, I do not want to work in a place where my well-being is not enhanced. For example, let's say going to a place where my telecommunication is out of date, or computer systems are 5 years old, and that sort of thing. It's just not attractive enough as an organization, and these are operational costs that every organization incurs, and it's everywhere in every workplace that I worked in. We've always had software updates and digital updates because of the security measures that they're trying to put in place as well, in terms of people trying to either a cyber attack or that sort of thing. So, look, it sounds good on paper that, everything, when we have costs of this nature, that, this is where we need to kind of go to and sort of find some cuts. But personally, I cannot support this because we simply do not have enough information to understand the ramifications of cutting some of these programs or some of these things that are before us. So I'm going to vote against this until I see, let's say, a report that comes to us, let's say from the CE, that details and gives us an understanding or picture of what the ramifications or potential implications might be for us to sort of cut these things. So I'll be voting against this.
Before I go back to write a reply, Councillor, look, initially I came in and thought, no, I'm not going to have a part of this for a lot of the reasons people have said. And then Councillor Wood sort of swayed me back into having a look at all this. And then I've just heard again about, and it's a bit of a pendulum swinging here. Look, just on the vehicle replacements, there's still well over $1 million in the budget there for trucks and some of the other more perhaps health and safety orientated vehicles, with the light fleet sort of being left untouched. I know working in this building that there has been quite a lot of renewals in computers, especially just prior to COVID. There was a huge amount of new furniture in the organisation over the last several years. But I don't know enough about it to go, yep, we're going to do this. I personally would like to hear more information about that, and we'll talk to the CE later about perhaps just getting a little bit more information about these particular line items, because Councillor Wood is right. A business in the commercial environment, or even an organisation, probably would be looking at this, having to raise their fees or their costs to their customers or to their members or to whoever they got their funding from, when they weren't cutting or looking at their own costs. So I won't vote for this at the moment, but I will be putting the scrutiny on it and hope that our public do, and I'm sure they will, because there is, I believe, some possible savings here if we know all the proper information at hand. But because it's come quite late in the piece, it's been hard to ascertain that. Right. Councillor Dennison.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. When we talk about this is late in the piece, I just want to put it in perspective that we had to push out the workshop only to last week, and so we haven't had a great deal of time to get the information to receive to review it, let alone get answers back. So I understand that feedback loop has been limited, but that hasn't been anyone's fault, actually. We're just trying to work with the best information at the time, and so that's one point. The second one is it's difficult for staff to start putting up half-value cuts before us when it's actually their own departments, and the process of council typically just rolls it on, rolls it over. So these are political decisions, and it does require leadership and relevance to our community when we make them. And I think quite right, the very first comment is, if this was in our own household, these are the sorts of decisions we're needing to make, that we hold on to the car another year and we let the laptop kind of do its thing, and we just we work with what we've got. And equally, the Mayor did say, and it was quite true, that we outlaid quite a bit on laptops and things to allow people to work from home just a couple of years ago, and we actually threw in a lot more than even what was on the budget and paid higher rates because of the demand. And so those are things that haven't been smoothed out. Do they all just get replaced as part of this overall program? So I am comfortable with making the decision to make this more prudent approach. I think that is part of our role. And I've heard phrases around the timing of these recommendations being undemocratic. Well, actually, it's a courtesy to circulate them before us, before the meeting. We can be putting forward recommendations here on the spot, and that's how I would expect things to roll. So I appreciate the information as coming as early as possible, but that's not going to hold me from voting for or against. I'm working up the value proposition. We're looking at people that do have to pay rates in the next financial year, that are paying higher mortgages, that are stretching around job security, that are paying more for their produce and items at the supermarket and the fuel pump because of inflation. And they do want us to make these more prudent approach. So I'm happy to make it. I'll be supporting this. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, right, a reply back to you, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If this is late in the piece, we got this on Friday. This is the table to discuss it. We are here discussing the draft annual budget. If this is shooting from the hip 4 months before it, or 3 months before it goes to actually be confirmed, then our risk appetite is exceptionally low. Now, I respect that if our CE comes back and says we cannot meet our health and safety obligations under the draft budget proposal, then fine. We'll put it back up. That's perfectly fine by me. In no way am I here suggesting that we don't meet our health and safety obligations. But the report says that our desks are an imminent failure. The imminent failure is likely in the next year if we don't replace our desks, and I simply am not convinced by that. There's a few things I think I need to address from the debate that we've just had. Firstly, this is not heavy vehicles. So the $925,000 figure comes from questions from Councillor Barrett, where our officers explained the breakdown of that $1.9 million fleet renewal, and the 925 was the light fleet. So this still leaves money in the budget for the trucks, the waste management vehicles and the tractors, because those heavy vehicles do need to be replaced, and I completely respect that and believe it needs to happen. I would be happy for these to be taken separately, because I feel in the room there are some councillors who may support bits, might not support the computers, but would support others. So if the Mayor's comfortable with that, we can. We can take them separately with no debate. There's been some very emotive arguments made that, you know, we're telling our staff they don't deserve new things. There is still $2 million just in these line items for new things. We are reducing it from $3.5 million to 2. So there will still be new phones, new computers and new things. But we're simply saying we are being sensible and looking at what we can make go further and what we can't. So we are not sending a message to our staff that we don't care about their well-being or care about them. We are sending a message to our community that we care and respect the fact that we have a captive customer. Our ratepayers can't just choose not to pay us. You can choose in a commercial environment not to go to a certain business. They can't just choose not to pay our rates, and we have to respect that power and balance that we hold over our community in this decision-making today. I think I'll leave it there, but I feel this is if we're not doing it now, then when? We can't just hope that officers will come back to us and say, oh, well, we didn't do it here, but, let's reduce it. This is our chance to indicate to our team that we want it to be reduced by this amount, and yet, as I said, if we get back in our annual budget and we're told that it won't work, that's fine, we'll respect that at that point. But this is the table, the time, and the place to make this kind of decision, and if we don't do it now, then it will never happen. So I strongly urge you, let's give this indication to our team and to our community that we respect their money.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. This is actually just the draft annual budget. We're not setting the budget today.
Yes.
He's allowed to speak and write a reply, councillor, and he's still within his time limit.
And I agree, Councillor Hancock, that is what I'm saying. We are in the draft stage here now, so this is the time to indicate that, because I would not, if we were at the annual budget stage voting on the actual budget, I wouldn't suggest that, because who knows what the unintended consequences could be if we simply cut out this amount of money right before we approve the annual budget. But we are months before approving the annual budget, so this is the time to give that indication, not at the annual budget stage. So I really do hope you support me in this.
The Mayor has asked that we take each item separately, so we're working on Program 53, the computer replacement by a half. Councillor Bowen? Absent. Councillor Wood?
For.
Councillor McKellard?
Against.
Councillor Arnott?
For.
Councillor Zabellan?
Against.
Councillor Dennison?
For.
Councillor Harpiter?
For.
Councillor Meehan?
For.
The Mayor?
For.
Councillor Finlay?
For.
Councillor Naylor?
For.
Councillor Barrett?
For.
Councillor Fitzgerald?
For.
Councillor Johnson?
Against.
Councillor Hancock?
Against.
That's 10 for and 4 against, so that's passed. On Program 86, furniture replacements being removed from the 23-24 draft annual budget. Councillor Johnson?
Against.
Councillor Hancock?
Against.
Councillor Barrett?
For.
Councillor Finlay?
For.
Councillor Fitzgerald?
For.
Councillor McKellard?
For.
Councillor Dennison?
For.
Councillor Bowen? Absent, sorry, my apologies. Councillor Naylor?
For.
Councillor Wood?
For.
The Mayor?
For.
Councillor Arnott?
For.
Councillor Zabellan?
For.
Councillor Harpiter?
For.
Councillor Meehan?
For.
12 for and 2 against, so that is passed. On Program 281, the CAB renewal is being reduced by $124,000. Councillor Meehan?
For.
Councillor Zabellan?
For.
Councillor Wood?
For.
Councillor Barrett?
For.
Councillor Harpiter?
For.
Councillor Johnson?
Against.
Councillor Dennison?
For.
Councillor McKellard?
Against.
Councillor Arnott?
For.
Councillor Naylor?
For.
Councillor Finlay?
For.
Councillor Hancock?
Against.
The Mayor?
Against.
Councillor Fitzgerald?
For.
Councillor Bowen is not here, my apologies. That's 10 for and 4 against. That is passed. On Program 318, the telecommunications replacement budget being reduced by a half for the 23-24 draft budget. Councillor Hancock?
Against.
Councillor McKellard?
Against.
Councillor Naylor?
For.
Councillor Bowen? Not here. The Mayor?
For.
Councillor Meehan?
For.
Councillor Zabellan.
Against.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
For.
Councillor Dennison.
For.
Councillor Barrett.
For.
Councillor Wood.
For.
Councillor Arnott.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Finlay.
For.
Councillor Habeta.
Against.
So I have 9 for and 5 against. That is passed. On programme 784, the replacement of the photocopiers and printers being reduced by half in the draft budget. Councillor Barrett.
For.
Councillor Hancock.
Against.
Councillor Arnott.
For.
Councillor Bowen. Not here. Councillor Wood.
For.
Councillor Habeta.
For.
Councillor Dennison.
For.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
For.
Councillor Meehan.
For.
Councillor Naylor. For. Councillor Finlay.
For.
Councillor McKellard.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
The Mayor.
For.
Councillor Zabellan.
For.
Twelve for and 2 against. That is passed. And on programme 1879, council plant and vehicle replacements reduction. I'm sorry, I'm not clear if that's a reduction of 925 or 2925.
Reduction of 925.
Reduction of $925,000. Councillor Zabellan.
For.
Councillor Meehan.
For.
Councillor Habeta.
For.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
For.
Councillor Arnott.
For.
The Mayor.
For.
Councillor Finlay.
For.
Councillor McKellard.
Against.
Councillor Barrett.
For.
Councillor Hancock.
Against.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Dennison.
For.
Councillor Naylor.
For.
Councillor Wood.
For.
$11 for and 3 against. That is passed.
Thank you. We now need to do the substantive, and then we'll break. So the substantive was around council resolving that Chief Executive incorporate the proposed capital renewal programs as detailed in Schedule B in the draft of the 23-24 annual budget, and incorporating the resolutions 6 to 11 above, including deferring the computer replacement, furniture replacement, COB renewals, telecommunications replacement, replacement of council's photocopies and printers, and the council's plant and light vehicle renewals. I'm happy to move that. I have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Wood. Are there any comments before? None? Right, we will vote, please.
Councillor Meehan.
For.
The Mayor.
For.
Councillor McKellard.
For.
Councillor Dennison.
For.
Councillor Barrett.
For.
Councillor Wood.
For.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
For.
Councillor Finlay.
For.
Councillor Arnott.
For.
Councillor Habeta.
For.
Councillor Hancock.
For.
Councillor Naylor.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Zabellan.
For.
With 1 against, that's passed.
All right, thank you, councillors. Right, we will have a break. We're back in the chamber at 25 to 4. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, can I just ask what your plan is, you know, when it gets to 5 or 6 o'clock?
Look, I'm comfortable. This is the big item, and I'm comfortable that we will be, I hope we're through by 5 o'clock. It won't be very far. Well, it's up to you, of course, but the technology hasn't helped, but we'll do our best to get through by 5.
Okay, so we'll just
I'm going to take some of the agenda items together in the because they're reporting items. Yeah, we'll do our best to get through as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor.
What, do you think we'll get to the cultural and civic
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Yep. All right, enjoy your cup of tea and coffee. need this, I'll need that. I'll swap you.
So there'll be the additional one from Pat, just to change the tree of budget. There's a mistake, so they're just going to note it.
Kia ora, everyone. Welcome back. We're now through to the operational side, and this is Schedule C. And this is from Councillor Barrett, and this is around a resolution to include Program 1994 Cycle Path Maintenance of 211 and Program 2037 Additional Cycle Path Sweeping of 212 to the 23-24 budget. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. This is something that we've been in conversation with this community about for a long time. It's about actually getting better in the maintenance space and in the kind of clean city space, let's say, across a number of domains. So not just cycle lanes, but a whole lot of deferred and underdone maintenance needs that we took on in the long-term plan to actually get on top of during this 3-year cycle. And I would urge us to see this through so that we do actually get these lanes up to a standard. Anyone that's spent any time in our cycle lanes will know that they are quite often littered with glass and other things and are in need of maintenance as well. As I asked and heard from officers this morning, our full program here is on a totally reactive footing, and we need to get on a stronger footing in terms of how we actually deliver this maintenance and cleaning across the city. So that's the case for that. The other case that I would put to you is around the inequity of having a $7 million roading maintenance budget and deciding to chase down a few $100,000 out of, well, $100,000 out of just the cycle lane. So why don't we actually, if we need to save a bit of money here, why don't we actually have a conversation across the system and say, well, how much of that could we save out of cycle lanes? How much of that could we save out of the main traffic lanes, et cetera? I feel like it's going after the smallest and easiest target, which is quite unfair, and I would much rather see us take a holistic lens on it. So the best way to approach that is to support this through to consultation, hear from the community about what their concerns are around road maintenance, and look at it in the round rather than picking on a rather easy target at this early stage. So I'd urge you to support this so we can get community views. Thank you.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to support bringing this forward. As I'm sure I'm not alone in receiving a lot of complaints about particularly cycle path sweeping, but also in that maintenance as well, just the amount of glass and debris that people have to contend with. And I support Councillor Barrett's comments absolutely about this being an easy target, and recognise that this is an increased maintenance budget, but we're increasing our maintenance budget because we've increased our building programme. So we've got more cycleways. It makes no sense at all to me that we would build it and then let them fall into disrepair or disincentivise people using it because it's unsafe for them to do so because of the glass and rubbish in the path. So if we're going to build it, then we should be prepared to maintain it. And I think that point was made in the capital discussion of every time we build a thing, we should expect that there's an operational programme that sits alongside it to maintain that piece of work. So if we're not prepared to maintain it, we shouldn't build it in the first place, but I don't think not maintaining it is a good response at this stage, so I'd suggest we put this back in.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I'll be supporting this, and I think, those of us that went on the cycle ride last night would have been quite clear about the level of glass and other debris that we've got on the roads in the cycle lanes at the moment. And that's the reason that these budgets were proposed to be increased this year is because it was recognised that they weren't adequate to provide a decent level of service. And it's only reasonable to make sure that the cycle lanes are free. of glass, of branches, of rubbish and all the rest of it. Just for your own entertainment, about 5 minutes ago I got a text from my husband who was on his way cycling home to say he'd got a puncture. And I did have a little wry chuckle to myself because I knew this item was coming up next. But, you know, the consequences to cyclists of having debris in the cycle lanes are increased level of punctures. And I think if we have aspiration to have a good cycle network for commuter cyclists, and we are accepting government money to build new cycleways, we absolutely must provide an adequate maintenance budget to make sure that those cycleways can actually be used. So it seems only common sense to me to maintain the level of budget that we need to keep the cycleways clear. Thanks.
Before I go to the next speaker, could I just ask the officers, is this a performance management issue with our current contractor, or is this a different contract? Is this a different provider? Because we know we've got some issues.
So this is performed through the Fulton Hogan maintenance contract. As it's on demand, it's just based on K bases at this stage. There's no set cyclic except for the CBD.
Okay, all right, so it is, yeah, okay, thank you. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. One of the real benefits that's come out of the workshop time, in my view, is gaining a better understanding of the MSL budgets as they compare to our programs. I believe this is sort of tinkering with small programs without really recognising the bigger budgets. On page 100 of our papers, it's got the roading expenses outlined. We spend 28 million and the line item for roads is 16.6 million. If you turn over, we've got operating programs that add up to 1 million. So what we have specific oversight for through the programs is a very small part of the overall investment that we make into roading. My preference, I won't support this, my preference would be that we identify this as a priority in terms of the way that staff prioritise the existing budget that is there. I think this has been identified as an additional program to increase the level of service. And that's why, and officers have identified it as something that we can put aside in terms of trying to moderate that level of increase. And I'm supportive of the work that they've done for that. So I won't support this recommendation for those reasons.
Councillor Wood.
Could I ask a question of officers, just to clarify? Could our financial officers just remind us what impact, increase in spending in our operational has on rates? Is it a sort of 100,000 to 0.1 ratio, or is it much less than that? Like 1 million to 1%, like it is for some other areas?
1.15 million, roughly, of operating expenditure is equivalent to 1%.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now back to Right Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to colleagues for comments on all sides of this. While I do have some sympathy for the desires that Councillor Naylor has expressed, I feel in this case it would be most unwise to pursue that sort of approach where we effectively rob Peter to pay Paul. If you look at any of our roading network, you know that we are seriously behind in terms of actually meeting our maintenance needs, actually keeping the network just simply paved and sealed. And so I'd be most reluctant for us to take an approach where we cut here and then expect that we take a little bit off of the desperately needed maintenance and repairs budgets and cleaning for the wider network. So let's make sure the whole network's looked after at this stage in the draft budget, and we'll see what kind of community feedback we get around what they think we need to be investing in transport, and we can make some decisions in May. I think that feedback will be quite clear, but I would urge you to support it at this stage so that we get that through in the next stage of the process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillors. We will vote. How? We're going to do it by division.
On the cycle paths item before you, councillors. Councillor Dennison.
For.
Councillor McCallard.
For.
Councillor Harpeter.
Abstain.
Councillor Naylor.
Against.
Councillor Barrett.
For.
Councillor Meehan.
Against.
Councillor Arnott.
Against.
Councillor Zabellin.
For.
Mayor Smith.
For.
Councillor Hancock.
For.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
For.
Councillor Wood.
For.
Councillor Bowen.
For. Here, present.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I did look up. Councillor Finlay.
Against.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
I have 10 for, 4 against and 1 abstention.
Great, thank you. Right, we'll move to the next one, and this is another Schedule C, Council resolving, and this is from Councillor Naylor, to reduce the maintained service level budget by $1 million, 23-24 draft annual budget application of this reduction to be determined by the Chief Executive. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. I just want to first acknowledge the work that officers have done in preparing this material and making a significant effort towards moderating some of the proposed increases as were, outlined perhaps a few weeks ago. I think, as Councillor Dennison rightly put out in the earlier debate, this is actually a political decision. What we put in our annual budget, it's got to sit well with us. We've got to consider the environment, our community, the circumstances that our community are in, and I don't need to remind anyone about some of the challenges that are faced in terms of those increased cost of living. So my comfort level with what's proposed in terms of the operational increase is not quite in line with what's proposed. I guess from my perspective, the starting point that I always take is year 3 of the LTP, which has suggested that we should be spending $121.3 million in expenses in the following year. What's proposed is $123.9 million, which is 2.6 in excess of that. And we've had good explanations from officers as to what the drivers of some of those increases are, in particular the inflation. And so I acknowledge that we do need to, in order to deliver the services that we currently deliver, it will cost us a bit more. I'm proposing that is moderated down by $1 million to be 122.9, which is still obviously 1.6 in excess of our LTP figure. My reasons for that are, as some of my colleagues that have been around the table for a while will be aware, some of us have spent many hours at times like this debating some of the very small operating programs without making a significant impact on the overall picture. And what we've learnt through the really good information that's been provided is that a lot of the expenses are really driven by the Chief Executive's decisions around the way the MSL is spent and how big that, but we as elected members are the ones that really have to decide how big a box, how big that amount should be, and what we believe our community can tolerate in a really challenging year. So in terms of my thinking about how this could be achieved, I do have quite a few thoughts and observations about areas that I think could be, where a slightly more prudent approach could be taken, and where perhaps there could be a bit more financial restraint. I don't want to go into detail with outlining those here today. I think that would divert the arguments in a way that wouldn't be helpful. But I wouldn't be putting it in front of you all today if I didn't have some level of belief that this would be achievable while still delivering the services that our community would like and deserves, would expect. And certainly this is the first time that we really get to make decisions about this. I would hope that I can support a draft that goes out for consultation. I think to support a draft, we've got to be hand on heart, confident that what is in it is reasonable and appropriate for the community that we're putting it out to. I don't sort of buy into this approach to say, look, we'll just put it out there and they can tell us what they think. They will tell us what they think, but I think for us to endorse a draft, it should be appropriate to the environment, to the community that we serve. So I would really encourage you to support this. Like other programs, the application of this one in particular, the application of that would be determined by the CE. How that might look might become more clear to us. If this is supported, that might become more clear to us as that's applied, perhaps over the next couple of weeks. But I think as elected members, we are entitled to give this sort of direction, and I'd certainly like to put it to you today that this would be an appropriate direction for our community. Officers might be able to confirm, but I think we're somewhere a bit over 7% at the moment. In terms of a rates increase, the policy limit that was outlined to us as being 7.6, I don't believe that's a target. I believe that's a limit. I would hope that we would be able to deliver good services for a rates increase a lot more moderate than that.
Councillor Wood.
I was expecting more people to put their hand up there to speak. I think it's important we frame this debate. To be very clear, this is prudence, not austerity. Austerity would be saying to Chief Executive, cut 20% out of operational spending. Let's really hammer it down. To put this in perspective, this is less than 1% of our operational spending. Organisations in our community at the moment are looking, as we've already discussed, at how they can get the most out of their existing infrastructure. And we are asking here today for our organisation to find less than 1% more efficiency in how we operate. How can we do things better? How can we innovate? How can we get more resource out of what we have, rather than simply doing the same thing we've always done, the same way we've always done it? That's not what our community's doing, and I don't feel it's what we should be doing. So this is not, it's not even 2% or 3% that we're asking our operational services to reduce by. It's less than 1%. So for me, this is an indication from us here in the chamber, a political indication, yep, because we are a political body, that we would like to see our organisation look at how it can operate more efficiently than it has in the past. And I feel that's a sensible one. I don't feel we're asking a lot. We are asking simply for us to get more from what we have. I also want to be clear, I don't see this as being about cutting programs. It's about how we can operate the programs that we've been doing within greater budgetary constraints. There still is an increase in funding to our operational services, to take into account inflation, to take into account those cost pressures that everybody is facing. And I don't suggest that we simply give our operational team the same budget they had last year, because I recognise costs have gone up. But do we seriously say to our organisation, just keep doing what you're doing, it's all good? No, I feel there's some value and some importance in showing that leadership that we would like to see greater efficiencies from what we're doing. And I'm not going to stand here today and prescribe what those are going to be, because that's not my role within this resolution. But I am confident, we have a new CE, we have a new direction, we have a new council. I don't think anybody here can hand on heart say that every single thing we're doing in the organisation is 100% efficient. I don't think a single person could say that. So all I'm asking is that we support trying to find 1% of efficiency within our operating, and I don't feel that is an unreasonable ask. So I hope you support Councillor Naylor and I in this.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I've got a question and then I'll make comment. Just wonder if we could have some comment from the CE about how deliverable this resolution is.
Thank you for that question. As you're aware from the information that's been presented to you, there are a number of fixed costs that sit within this particular budget, including maintenance and operating contracts and the like, and that as well. Anyway, there's probably a couple of places to have a bit of a look. Probably suggesting around the professional services area, it's probably about the place you'd have the most look.
Do you consider that this could be done without impacting frontline services?
Through Mr Mayor, I don't have an answer for that. Again, it would be probably similar to the comment I made earlier on, is are there any unintended consequences from this? But yep, happy to have a look.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'll just make comment now. I won't be supporting this, and I have to say, I think there's an element of magical thinking going on, because you can't reduce a budget by $1 million in a year in which inflation is over 7% and claim somehow that you're going to be able to maintain the same level of service. That just isn't possible. So I disagree with that the premise of the whole resolution, for a start. Secondly, I disagree with the broad brush approach where we just tell the CE to make do with less money but produce the same outcomes. We've been in this situation before. Councillor Wood wasn't around the table at that time, but Councillor Naylor was. It's what we've since called the COVID budget. And the consequence of that budget was that, and I certainly didn't vote for it, was that elected members voted that the CE would make the decisions about where the cuts were to fall. And the consequence of that was that many of those cuts fell upon the community sector and the arts sector. They did not fall on economic development. They did not fall on international relations. They did not fall on quite a number of other protected areas. But community suffered significantly. There was a reduction in the number of library books we bought, which, quite frankly, I thought was the most petty thing I've ever come across in all my time on council. And the consequence was that staff were put under huge pressure because there was a hiring freeze. And throughout the year, whenever I bumped into a member of staff in the street or in the square, half of them burst into tears because of the pressure they were under. At that time, we did staff surveys, and we heard about how stressful it was to work here. The turnover of staff increased hugely, and it remained high for a long period of time. Many elected members said to me, I didn't see any problem with that budget, it was absolutely fine. I can assure you, if you have your feet on the ground, it was not fine. And I'm absolutely not going to stand here and vote for a similar type of effort all over again, whether it be the draft or whether it be the final budget. And I think that this kind of magical thinking where we can just shave $1 million off the budget and don't worry, it's not going to have any effect on services is simply not something that happens in the real world. If you cut $1 million off, there will be $1 million worth of operational reductions one way or another.
I'll speak before some others. Look, thanks for the councillors that have put it forward, and just want to acknowledge that this is a tough discussion, but actually I think Councillor Wood did summarise it quite well in terms of what the percentage is that we're talking about, and actually that there still is an increase. What the previous speaker spoke about was actually a decrease, so we're actually talking two different things. And I'd have to say, I disagree with some of the comments. There was cuts all over. It wasn't just falling in particular areas. Yes, it affected everybody, and I appreciate that. Would we do it again, knowing what we knew at the time, which wasn't a lot? I would have voted for it again, because people actually were losing their jobs. There was absolute fear whether we could even operate. So you wouldn't, again, it's all your level of risk and whether you're quite happy to spend, or whether you wanted to actually look after your people. So I'll push back on that. But I'm also a person that seeks a bit of balance too, and I don't make cuts for cuts' sake. So it would have to be, and we have to be responsive to the community. Are our residents making some cuts? Are our businesses making some cuts? Are our rural ratepayers making some cuts? Just answer that question yourself. But again, I'm not into the cut for cut's sake, and it's been good to see that there has been some pushback on some special projects around housing and the cycleways and alike. So there has been some balance to the discussion, but actually, the costs to running the city have increased, and I think we need to be mindful that we can't pull a magical rabbit out of the hat as well. So again, it just comes to the balance. So are we asking the CEO and the staff to have a massive cut here? No. We're actually asking them to make a very small cut. It's difficult, and we know that, but that would need to be determined by the CE and the wider management team on what they could do. I think one thing it's taught me in 30 years of business and also running some relatively large volunteer organisations is you do have to cut your cloth at times. And there does come a time when you need to look in the mirror and look other people in the eyes and say, actually, we're asking you to do this, but by the way, we're going to do it as well. So I'm going to support this because I think it is the right thing to do, and I encourage you to. Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I too are going to support this recommendation. I'll tell you why. I too value the staff's efforts to come back today with all the cuts and suggested changes. It's really been a great effort. But here's why. Sure, the residents have said that we want to do carbon footprint and we have an eco-strategy, and that's important. We should stick to that. Sure, the community has a housing need and we've made a commitment around that space and put budget provision, so we need to plan for that. Sure, we've got bike lanes and spend hundreds of thousands on them, so we need a maintenance budget and the streets cleaning. That makes sense. But equally too, many residents have told us that we want to keep the rates down, and in trying times, I think that's something that we need to keep at the forefront. There's certain mechanisms we can do to keep the rates down, and as it says, 1.15 million of capital equals 1% of the rates. Of operational equals 1% of the rates. There's spaces that we haven't been able to go in the past, and yet it's inflated, it's ballooned out of control, not out of control, but it's ballooned on our watch, and it hasn't necessarily been decisions that we've had the choice to make. To change 1% or less than 1% of that overall service level budget, I think is a fairly moderate position to take. That is the decision that only two groups of people in this organisation can make. The CEO, in his own right, which he's done to his part, and us. No one else can really manage that with a reduction of this size. It's us. So therefore it takes leadership, it takes responsibility, I would say. And even what's been suggested in the interim is around, let's look at the professional services budget, which actually are creaming it right at this very minute, charging several hundreds of dollars an hour to do the consulting and hundreds of thousands to do the fees or whatever. That would be a fairly reasonable place to go. As far as being magical, that they're going to be able to operate these budgets, I mentioned about the relevance of a 1% shift in this space. But it's not entirely magical when interest rates that somebody's been enjoying for the last few years at 3% all of a sudden comes off and they start to have to look at 6.5 and thereabouts for their mortgage repayments. There's nothing magical necessary about that, but it has a massive impact. There's nothing magical around the inflation rate that's just gone over the last couple of years from around 2% up to 7 something. They're not magical either, but yet it's having a direct impact on people in our homes and our residents. And the further this year goes on, the more they'll feel it. And from changing from 9 point something percent down to 7 point something percent, doesn't mean we're about right. I think we want to put every effort at rolling up our sleeves and doing our hard work rather than just saying, oh, it's okay, we've done what we can. I think we really need to get serious, roll our sleeves up and get our nose into these figures and start a deeper understanding what influences we can play as far as making the decisions accordingly. So that's my position, Mr. Mayor. It's not something I'd normally do, but these aren't magical times. These are actually hard and fast, real times for us, and it's a responsibility to be responsive and I guess, yeah, I would say playing our part. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to those speakers who have outlined some of the dimensions of this argument. My view around how we go about right-sizing the budget is that there is very much a reasonable time and a reasonable way to pursue that, and I think that some of the work that we did over the last hour or two was very much that, which was us as elected members taking responsibility for where we want to identify savings. I have much less appetite for the blanket approaches that are now being proposed. I think they leave elected members and they leave the community with a level of uncertainty, and it's not just a level of uncertainty between now and the end of June, it's a level of uncertainty that continues through the year that comes, and it echoes through the years beyond, as we have heard. So while I am prepared and look forward to hearing community input and I'm prepared to look at ways that we can further right-size what we have in front of us, I'm unwilling to go into a position where we start making blanket, open-ended statements about how much money should be saving across a very wide scope of council activity. Things including CCO grants, support for other organizations. There's a whole lot of things in MSL that are clearly in the no-go zone and we'd be most unwise to think about. So not prepared to support this. I think there's been interesting discussion around, you know, whether the CEO has more money in his pocket or less. Clearly, the buying power of a dollar has been severely eroded over the last year, and it will continue to be eroded. And so we need to be very conscious about maintaining enough resource there that we can actually get on with doing the work in front of us. So even a nominal increase, which is no doubt correct in terms of what the mover is saying, is in fact not actually allowing us to step up delivery or even in many cases maintain delivery, I'd say. And so taking a further cut on top of the erosion that our buying power is already experiencing would be a real step backwards for this community. Absolutely, we need to be sure that we are listening to the community, not just one aspect though. We need to hear what the concerns are around cost and affordability, but also what the needs are around council support of delivering and supporting council services. And we all know that council services can tend to get pulled back and cut from areas that often have quite disproportionately large effects then out in the community and quite often the most vulnerable parts of the community. We need to make sure that we're a well-rounded council that has the ability to deliver and support for the community in the year ahead. So I'm unable to support this, but we'll look forward to community feedback during the consultation round around how we might further consider appropriate cuts in appropriate ways. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Barn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for the comments on this, and to the mover and seconder for bringing it. It's a recommendation of two parts, and I have some sympathy for the first part, that maintained service level budget, MSL. We've heard it referred to as the black hole in recent times. I feel there's a frustration around this table that predates this triennium, certainly, about knowing exactly what's in there, how it relates to the operational programmes that we see that come through the chamber. And in that light, I can quite see the temptation to go, well, you can lose $1 million of it because we don't know what it does. And if there's any learning from this debate, maybe to the CEO, I would say that this will continue to happen while there's no visibility and transparency around what MSL actually does and how it delivers. The second half of it is where my concern lies. Application of this reduction to be determined by the Chief Executive. Because I did vote for the COVID budget, and I know exactly how that went, and I'm not prepared to vote for a delegation of my duty again at an abdication of my duty. Again, I absolutely agree with what Councillor Dennison said. Yep, we should have our noses in these numbers. We should know where the cuts can come, where we're prepared to support it. Doing this is exactly the opposite of that. We haven't got our nose in these numbers. We've no idea what the implications of this would be, and we operate on a high trust model with our Chief Executive. Long may that continue. But actually, this is my job, not his. So, no, I won't be voting for it. If it was to say, reduce the professional services budget by $1 million, and the Chief Executive was able to give assurance that we could deliver the projects that those professional services support, then I might have a different view. But that's not what it says. It says cut and let the cuts fall wherever they may. But this chamber will have nothing to do with it. And that's a, abdication of duty in my view. So I won't vote for it. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Hancock.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I have some sympathy and some support for this particular motion, but I won't support it, and these are the reasons why. Everybody in this room actually does want to reduce the burden on the residents of our city in terms of rates, but it's just how we actually get there that's really important. This has an element of kind of sort of reverse engineering the budget, because there's no methodology, there's no discipline being applied to it. I would like to think that in recent months, our Chief Executive and the executive leadership team of Palmerston North City have shown a huge amount of responsibility in terms of the direction that we want to take the city in. So I think there has to be an element of trust, and the element of trust has got to go both ways. It's not a one-way street. Councillor Wood said it's only 1%. It's a very small amount. Well, the severity of the cut depends on the margins that you've got to work with. And it's very, very clear from what Councillor Barrett said and Councillor Johnson and other councillors, that we're in an inflationary period, and that's not going to go away anytime soon. So we can't just magic away some numbers and expect that we're going to be able to deliver the same levels of service. So really, for all those reasons, I'm not going to support it. And my apologies, Councillor Bowen.
Okay, right, a reply back to you, Councillor Naylor.
Thank you for your comments, colleagues. I heard quite a bit of talk about cuts. I'm not proposing cuts here. What I'm proposing are a smaller level of increase to our draft budget. This is what has been put in front of us today is for us to decide on. It is an increase. And I just want people to understand that I'm not suggesting cuts, I'm suggesting smaller levels of increase. And for the application of those increases to be determined by the CE, because, I do not believe that this is an abdication in any sense of our duty. I think we need to trust our CE in the role that he's got to deliver the broad policy and strategy and, at a level, sorry, I didn't explain that very well. If we look at page 43 in our agenda, this year our overall expenses is 165 million. It's proposed to be 176, 11 million more. I'm proposing that as 10 million more. The MSL, I do want to acknowledge the visibility that staff have provided today on the MSL, which is far in advance of anything that has been shown to us as elected members in my time here. On slide 17 of the presentation, at a high level, we got a very good breakdown of what $104 million of MSL is, and I really appreciate that. I don't believe it would be appropriate for us as elected members to start delving in to the detail under each of those brackets and say, take 100,000 off that one and 300,000 off that one. That is for the CE to determine with the knowledge and expertise that he has. I want to really point out a very significant differentiation between what has been referred to as the COVID budget. The COVID budget was a 1.9% increase to rates. What would be proposed if this is passed today would still be over 6% increase in rates, which is actually well in advance, well higher than what I indicated a few weeks back in our discussions. I was hopeful that we might achieve something a lot lower than that. The realisation of inflation and understanding the interest increases and the other information that staff has given us has caused me to moderate my expectations about where that could sit. And I guess I feel like I'm trying to be very realistic in only proposing a $1 million adjustment to what's been proposed here today. The increase that I talked about when I spoke to this was in comparison to the year 3 of our LTP, but it's certainly a more significant increase from our current budget. So it certainly does provide an increase. I'm not saying it would be easy by any stretch of the imagination. I could identify, as I said, areas where in the budget I think, why do we need to spend an extra 44,000 on international relations? Why do we need to spend an extra 57,000 on whatever? There's many line items where I look at that and I think I'm sure we could do justice, we could meet our community's expectations for far less. And I know we don't all agree on all of those things, but at a high level, I think this is a measured and appropriate adjustment to make to our first draft to put out to the community, and I'd really urge you to support it.
Okay, I'll ask Hannah to do the division. Thank you.
Members on the motion before you. Councillor Meehan.
For.
Councillor Zabellan.
Against.
Councillor Naylor.
For.
Councillor Wood.
For.
Councillor Harpeter.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Bowen.
Against.
Councillor Dennison.
For.
Councillor McKellard.
Against.
Councillor Barrett.
Against.
Mayor.
For.
Councillor Arnott.
For.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
For.
Councillor Hancock.
Against.
Councillor Finlay.
For.
That's passed 9 for and 6 against.
The CE just would like to make a quick comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, just with that last resolution, and important for me just to hear the commentary and that going around, and I understand that one wasn't as definitive as some of the other resolutions. So in order for my team to prepare a document for you for the 15th, I will have to make some immediate calls about where that might be, and then I'm going to need to bring back a paper for you about the actuality of that for your final decision. So I'm just letting you know that that's what I will need to do in this instance. Okay?
Great, thank you, that would be helpful. Okay, our last one here, I think, on Schedule C is around resolution to include Program 1554, Military Heritage Commemorations, to the annual budget, and that's from Councillor Hancock. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I do apologise for the late notice of this particular item coming to council. But this is just really a piece of housekeeping to restore $8,000 to program 1554. That is the program which is used by Joe Hollander's group. to actually run events and things like that through the library, which really commemorates our stories in terms of our military heritage. And of course, our city has a very strong bond and relationship with our military residents, so it's very important that there is some budget there for those stories to be told in the future. So I've just ask that people support this, please.
All right, are there any other speakers? Councillor Naylor.
I just have a question because the comment on page 31 of that item says transferred to program 1157. So I'm just wondering if officers could confirm if that is included under that program.
I perhaps can speak to that one. It's probably more an oversight on my part where there's a bit of an assumption on the titling that they might be one and the same, but they're actually two different things. And so you'll recall that that in the current year there is the budget had been reduced in the upcoming year on the other military program, and sorry I don't have the number in front of me, and so we thought we could roll that up into bringing that one up, but actually they're two separate things.
Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to say that number 1157 is Anzac Armistice commemorations, and yes, that was mistakenly added. 34 it should be instead of 42, and that 8,000 put back into 1154, which is for History Week talks and so forth. Thank you.
Councillor Zabellan.
Yes, thank you. I just had a question relating to that as well. If I may, just for 1157, the narrative is it's an increase to the current budget because of the reduction. So if we are looking to reinstate that, would we be reflecting that for that 1157 as well? If that made any sense, sorry.
No, it didn't to me, but it may to the mover.
I'll rephrase. 1157, the narrative says, increase to current budget provisions from reduction in program 1554. So if the 8,000 is going back to 1554, will 1157 be adjusted to reflect that?
From my understanding, it was when we made a decision as a council, if you can recall, during COVID times, we only had one Anzac Day service, and then there was a whole lot of debate around our events team about what the costs may be to go back to two services, a dawn service and a civic service. And I think that's where the costs come from. I'm not sure who's here.
Yeah. It was my recollection, in the current year, 22-23, we increased it because of what you've just said, up to 40,000. And that's more than what we had in the 10-year plan at the time for this year and for next. Right now, as it's standing, we've got 42,000 sitting in that program, which is, well, which in an earlier draft we had less than that. We had 34, and the 34 is less than the 40 we've got in this year's budget. So I guess if we're going to restore the 8,000 back to that other program, it's a question then of what we're going to do with this one. Is it going to stay up at this 42 level it's currently staying at, or at something less than that? And that's just a call.
I'll go back to you, Councillor, for right of reply.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I was just really going to reinforce the answer around the 42,000 and 1157. That was actually a decision which was made, I think, through the Arts, Culture and Heritage Committee, and that was the restoration of the two services for Anzac Day. So that money should, in fact, actually stay as it is. So this resolution here is just to reinstate the $8,000 into the program as outlined in the recommendation. So I hope you support it, please.
Great. All right. I think that's enough discussion on it. Okay, we will go to vote.
Actually, after $1 million.
On the motion before you, just going to give it to those online. There we go. Councillor Hancock.
4.
Councillor Barrett.
4.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
4.
Councillor Johnson.
4.
Councillor Wood.
4.
Councillor Meehan.
4.
Councillor Finlay.
5, 4.
The Mayor.
4.
Councillor Naylor.
4.
Councillor Harpeta.
4.
Councillor Dennison.
4.
Councillor Arnott.
4.
Councillor McCallard.
4.
Councillor Zabellan.
4.
Councillor Bowen.
4.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, unanimous. All right, we now go to the substantive. And this is around consideration. This is around consideration of the draft. No, that isn't. We could just get the substantive Schedule C, please, operational. Okay, so this is around Council resolving that Chief Executive incorporate the proposed operating programs as detailed in Schedule C in the draft of the 2023-24 annual budget, incorporating the resolutions 13 to 15 above, which includes the programs around the cycle pathways, the reduction of $1 million to the MSL, and the inclusion of the military heritage commemorations. I'm quite happy to move that. A seconder, thank you, Councillor Harpeta. And we will vote. I'll do it with a show of hands if everyone's okay. I'm risking that.
Well, I'd like my vote to be recorded, please.
Okay, all right, we'll go to division.
On the substantive for Schedule C, Councillor Bowen.
4.
Councillor Wood.
4.
Councillor McCallard.
4.
Councillor Arnott.
4.
Councillor Zabellan.
Excuse me.
4.
Councillor Dennison.
4.
Councillor Harpeta.
4.
Councillor Meehan.
4.
The Mayor.
4.
Councillor Finlay.
4.
Councillor Naylor.
4.
Councillor Barrett.
4.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
4.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Hancock.
4. Just to pick up on that, Hannah, is that Councillor Zabellan answered for Councillor Bowen.
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate
First
that.
up.
Both those votes were for, so that doesn't change the count, so we have one against.
No. You're checking that Councillor Bowen's vote is for?
That's fine, thank you.
Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you meant you swapped, but sorry.
No.
Councillor Bowen, could I have your vote, please?
4, thank you.
Thank you. So that's 14 for and 1 against.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all right. We now go to the assumptions, which is D. We'll get that up. Is the top one there that the Chief Executive incorporate the updated assumptions for key drivers such as interest rates, inflation, electricity, insurance and remuneration. I'm quite happy, we'll take that separately. I'm quite happy to move that. If I could have a seconder. Thank you, the Deputy Mayor. And before we vote, is there anybody wishing to comment? Councillor Naylor?
Sorry, can I just ask where that's outlined in our papers?
It's 1D, it's the recommendation on page
Yeah, but where
5.
where those assumptions are outlined.
They're throughout the documents, but maybe the officers could perhaps pinpoint a page where they listed it.
Last year I had a specific schedule about these. We didn't get time to do that this time, but they're inherent in what we've given you in both the presentation and in the document, throughout the document, really. So you've had stuff about interest rates, inflation, electricity, insurance, and we've given you details about remuneration.
I guess the reason I raise it is that I do have a question mark about whether the remuneration, well, now that we're giving the Chief Executive the ability to apply a reduction of $1 million of operating expenses, I don't know what the decisions are around that. The other ones are clear because they're...
Councillor, I don't think it's our role to be telling their CEO what the remuneration is.
Exactly my point, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So what am I voting on here? Under that, I don't think that's my decision to make. I'm just asking for clarification perhaps from the CE as to whether including that in this resolution is appropriate given that there are changes.
But we've always done this.
There are changes yet to be made.
From my perspective, if I can try to help, in the previous resolution you talked about some operating costs and they were the ones to the $1 million question. In this case here we're talking about, I guess we've presented before you a series of financial statements that make a range of assumptions, and and they come to a conclusion as to what the rates increase is going to be. And so all of those assumptions are built into that, and now we're going to amend them by the amendments that you've made through the course of today and come to a different answer. So it's all those fundamental things that are inherent in the underlying budgets really that we're getting you to endorse at this point. But I guess the reality of them is, from my perspective, is when you come to adopt next week, next fortnight's time, hopefully, the draft, that will embrace all of these things. And at this point, you're not actually adopting anything. You're giving us guidance to prepare a document that's got those things in it as the assumptions, and that's all we're seeking at this moment.
All right. Okay. Can we do this with a show of hands, or do we do division again on? I'm not hearing any. Okay. With hands. Okay. All right. We'll do this with a show of hands. So all those in favour? Against? Abstain? Okay. Two abstentions. Okay. All right. Now we move to the differentials. And before we go to that, there is a new resolution here from Councillor Barrett that the Chief Executive provide Council with rates impact modelling of setting uniform annual general charge of $150 in the annual budget 23-24 prior to the annual budget 23-24 hearings. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to be clear for colleagues, the intent here is not for this to replace the substantive motion. This is just an ask for additional information. Just looking to the future, my guess is that by the time we get through the hearings, our ears will be truly ringing with concern from this community about affordability and about affordability and about affordability. And we will want to be in a position where we are looking at what levers we can actually exercise to moderate the rate's impact, not just in terms of the totality of it, but where it actually falls. So, we've spent the better part of a day now working on what that percentage increase will be. We haven't yet really contemplated what the tools are about where that percentage might fall. For those of you that have been around the table in prior cycles, you'll recall that the uniform annual general charge is one of the factors that influences the relative disproportion extra that the lower income or lower valued properties get saddled with. And so I'd like us to have the data to hand so that when we come to actually finalizing the budget, we can look at not only the level that the rates are, but actually where they fall in the community. So this is just getting that information to hand, and we can then have a conversation, if justified, around any modifications that we might want to make to the uniform annual general charge. So I'd urge you to support it just so we have good information to support decision making when it comes time for us to actually go into deliberations.
Before I go to some of my colleagues for questions on this, to you, Councillor Barrett. So you're seeking a consensus to have a report that comes to the June meeting, which gives us some extra tools, possibly, around the deliberations. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily asking for a report. I'm asking for it to be provided to council. I'd like to see that come to us before the hearing, so that means there's 2 months for that modeling to be done, and that we just have that available to us. It would probably be proper for it to come through a report at some stage in the process, but I'd like to at least have it to hand by that time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, those wishing to speak, Councillor Wood and then Councillor Naylor.
Could I ask a question of the mover? Could I ask a question of the mover? Councillor Baird, I imagine for that modelling to be done, the CE will need to know sort of what would warrant somebody getting a $50 or a $100 or a $200 annual charge. How are you envisaging on this? Are you suggesting that it's a flat $50 annual charge, or that we have a scalable system where some people are getting 200 and some are getting 50?
Thanks for seeking that clarification, not suggesting that we get away from the word uniform. It is a uniformly applied annual general charge, and it's the question of what level that is set at. Currently, it's at 200, and it'd be interesting to know those other levels and their impacts. Just indicate Christchurch City Council has just gone out with something below any of those three numbers, so it'd be interesting just to see where we're at relative to those.
Thank you, my misunderstanding. Appreciate that.
Councillor Naylor.
I do have a question first, if that's all right. If we were to consider changing the UAGC, would we need to consult on that?
In theory, in the consultation material we've got, we are, as part of that, providing the funding impact material, which outlines to people what the rates impact will be. And so we will be doing calculations, which will show on the website, for example, what an individual rate would be and what we propose to be as a result of their proposal. So if we were proposing something other than what we're saying as our 200, then we should be declaring that in our consultation material.
Okay, and just the second question is this work included as a part of our rates review?
Well, obviously the levels of uniform charge are always part of any review of the rates, and each year where we double check what level it should be at from your perspective. What I've assumed at the moment in terms of today's material is that you would want to keep it at the same, but you're right, I haven't provided other options of what the impact might be. I think what I've said broadly is that at this level that we had before you made the changes today, the impact would be roughly the same in percentage terms, which, as you pointed out, Councillor, would not necessarily mean the same in terms of proportions of an individual's rate. But in percentage terms, yes, it would be roughly the same sort of level of impact as it stands at the moment. And if we changed the uniform annual general charge, that would change that incidence somewhat.
And just final question, is this a lot of work and how would that impact on workload?
I can relatively quickly model those sorts of impacts, but it's a matter of where we would put that back in the scheme of things, because our intention would be that the report that comes to you for adoption is not one that will have variables in it next time. It's one that's really a rubber stamped, if you like, if I can use that phrase, interpretation of what you've decided today.
I'm happy to make a comment if that's all right. I'm happy to make a comment. Thank you. I do have some reservations about asking for this work because we were provided quite detailed modelling on this last year to help inform our decision making when we changed the UAGC. I think it was last year. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. When we changed the UAGC, and to be honest, it's a brain teaser. It's very complex. It takes quite a bit of effort and time to get your head around to understand. And I think there's probably only really good reason to do this if we are proposing to change it. And if we are proposing to change it, we should be clearly consulting on that change. I think that this would be more appropriate to sit with any of the rates review. I think that's probably where it would be more appropriate for us to get our heads around this and contemplate, if we can understand it, contemplate whether it's appropriate to change it. So that's me saying that I won't be supporting it.
Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you, just a question for the mover and perhaps a comment from council officers. Just in terms of whether or not we can actually have some narrative around the consequences in out years, I think this is a lever which we can pull, but not necessarily we can't pull that lever, forever. So I'd just like to understand in this here whether or not we've actually got the consequences squared away in terms of our thinking.
Perhaps I'll have a crack. By potentially getting to a point where you might decide to reduce the uniform general charge, the risk of that is you face yourselves with another rating valuation at a point in the future for which you want to try and moderate. And once that uniform annual general charge is down to 50 or 0, you won't have that lever to use as such. But of course, there is a rating review planned, and we don't know the outcome of that at this point. So there's balance to it. But until we've done that piece of work, I couldn't tell you exactly what the long-term consequences are.
And just as another aside, in 24-25, in theory, there'll be lots of fixed components of our rates which will be no longer things that we're billing if the legislation passes in the way in which it's proposed at the moment. So the bill that we send out for our services we'll be needing to look at with rather a different lens at that point, because the reality would be, if we were more or less doing what we're doing at the moment, that the only fixed components would be the $200 plus our charges for rubbish and recycling. And the waters would move out of it. And so we would have a different feeling about what proportion was relating to the valuation then in terms of the proportion of the total bill.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Just commenting briefly, I'm happy to support this, and I'd just be very pleased if officers could actually just provide a footnote when this gets fed back to councillors. I guess we've been through this exercise before to try and sort of smooth some of the unfairness in terms of our rates review. And of course, I think it's a really good thing to actually go through this exercise yet again, just to make sure that we've got all possibilities covered. So happy to support. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else wishing to speak? Right, a reply? No. Okay. Are we okay to do this with hands? Yeah, okay. So all those in favour?
Sorry, no, I would like division.
Okay.
It was probably almost unanimous, wasn't it? I want to see it recorded, it's all right.
On the motion before you, Councillor Meehan.
For.
Councillor Zabellan.
For.
Councillor Wood.
For.
Councillor Barrett.
For.
Councillor Harpeta.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Dennison.
For.
Councillor McKellard.
For.
Councillor Arnott.
For.
Councillor Naylor.
Against.
Councillor Finlay.
For.
Councillor Hancock.
For.
Mayor Smith.
For.
Deputy Mayor. Councillor Fitzgerald.
For.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
15 for and 1 against.
Okay, thank you. Right, we'll move through to number 2, which around our consideration of the CD and supporting information that the differentials for the general rates remain unchanged for 2022-23, and in the document the uniformed annual general charge remain at $200. I'm happy to move that. I have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Naylor. No comments. We'll do this with a show of hands. Oh, Councillor Naylor.
I just wanted to point out that actually I preferred a UAGC of $100, which I think I was the only one that voted for that last year, but we had a really comprehensive look at it, and I thought that was a better option. But I guess, as with my previous comment, I think the right place for this sits with the rates review. But happy to keep it as it is for now anyway.
All right, I'm happy to do this with a show of hands. All those in favour? Thank you, Councillor McLeod. If you can put your hand up a bit higher so we can see it, thank you. That's unanimous, thank you. Okay, we now go through to number 3, which is that the CE incorporate the outcomes from the recommendations above into the updated versions of the CD consultation document and supporting information to be presented for adoption to Council on the 15th of March 2023. I'm happy to move that, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. It's been a long day. Normally we would make lots of comments, but I'm not going to. I'm hoping nobody else is. Oh, Councillor Johnson.
Well, I'm not going to support it, so I thought I at least ought to explain my reasoning. Basically, I would prefer to consult on a budget that was much more in line with the long-term plan year 3 in terms of spending and especially operational spending. And there have been a couple of decisions that have been made today that I'm really very uncomfortable with. I thought we had agreed in principle to leave renewals alone, that we were going to make sure that we kept renewals at the same level. So I'm very unhappy with the changes that were made to Schedule B. But in particular, I don't support the change that's been made to MSL. And so between Schedule B and the MSL changes, I find myself very unhappy with where we've ended up today. Realistically, what we have to accept is that any rate increase that is below the level of inflation currently is a reduction in real terms. You can talk about actual dollar increases as much as you like, but if you don't increase rates at least the same as the rate of inflation, then effectively what you're doing is a real terms cut. It's just the same as when your wages don't go up in line with inflation, your dollar doesn't go as far. And I'm really not comfortable to go out to the community on what are actual real-time cuts. And I'm also of the view, there's been a lot of talk about financial hardship in the community. I take a very different view from some around this table. I believe that when there's financial hardship in the community, that as a public service, it's important that we maintain our levels of service to the public. Because those who don't have dollars left over at the end of the week rely on some of the services that council provides to pick up the slack. So, for example, things like free loan of books and materials from the library. For example, free community events, the provision of the parks and reserves, the river walkways, the free swimming for under 5s. Those are things that if your budget is tight, it's very important that you still maintain access to. If you're got a bit more slack in your budget, you might not care too much about what's available for free in the city, because you can afford to pay for your own entertainment. You can afford to take your kids on holiday. You can afford to go and eat out in a restaurant. You can afford to pay for a ticket to a show. But when you don't have that spare money, council providing those things for free or very, very low cost is very, very important. So I believe that actually we do more of a service for those in our community who are struggling by continuing to maintain service levels than we do by cutting when the environment's tough. I accept that's not the majority view, but I think it's important that since I'm going to vote against this, that I make my views clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. You've forced me into saying something as well. So, look, councillors, I actually think we have made some really good decisions and it's been well debated. I'm actually disagree. I'm with the last speaker. I'm very comfortable going out at what we have because we've debated it fully. I guess I suppose it's your level of who pays for what. Have we chopped libraries, free events, access to facilities? No, none of the above. But I'm one that's balanced and actually somebody has to pay the piper. And that is our people. Have you made changes to your own way you're living? If you work for a business, have they made changes? If you're on a farm or living off the land, have you made changes? Absolutely you have. So why aren't we? We can't just continually go out and say, we've consulted on this in the LTP and we're going to do it. Absolutely, it's changed. Everything changed, even changed 2 weeks ago. So I think we've made some good decisions. And I think it's been well debated, and I think we'll hear from our public about what they think. So again, I think it's been balanced. It's all about debating that, and I think those debates have been well debated. So like our residents, they're making some incredibly tough decisions at the moment, and it's going to get tougher before it gets easier. So I'm very happy with it. And for once, we've actually made some hard decisions instead of kicking the can down the road. Councillor Naylor and then Councillor Dennis.
Yeah, I will keep it brief, but I just did want to make a couple of points in response to, particularly in response to Councillor Johnson's comment. I think if Councillor Johnson thinks that we should be keeping it aligned with Year 3, our LTP figure, then actually if we look on page 43, what we've approved today is actually in excess of our LTP figure by a few million. So, I mean, if we were to go completely with our LTP figure, that would be a lot lower than what we've approved today. And in terms of what the purpose of workshops are, I don't believe we have agreed anything in workshops. We do not have the framework for decision-making in workshops. Workshops is not a place for decisions. It's a place where we've had some discussions and gained some insight from officers and gained some information to help prepare us for this discussion. It is here that we make the decisions. I certainly didn't agree to, in principle, leaving renewals alone at all. That might have been someone's comment and someone else may have agreed, but I certainly do not see workshops as a place where we make decisions. I'm happy with that we've made those decisions today and I've enjoyed the debates.
Councillor Dennison.
There's only one point that I wish to raise. I'm going to support this, but it's just in the notion that if our rate increase isn't up to 7%, we're going backwards. I think that would be fair if all programs were flat, but in our 10-year plan, we actually have a consideration of inflation of the assumed at the time adjustment, and so we start with that as our base. So it's adjusted from year 2 to year 3 as a recognition of that, and so it's not just on the rate increase that we're assuming inflation. Thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you. Looks like we do have a little appetite for debate yet. I just wanted to outline again some of the rationale around why I will be voting the way that I'm going to vote, because I do think people tend to look at votes in different ways and scrutinize them, and it's important to be clear with the community. We're in a really unfortunate position, really, where realistically looking at this budget, the community is getting less, and it's going to cost more. And that's a tough message to put out there, but that's simply the environment that we're in with the cost of money, inflation, and all the other pressures that we're under. I'm going to be clear that I have real concerns about some of the decisions that we have made, and I don't necessarily support everything that is in the budget, but I'll be voting in support here for the fact that we have been through a process and we now need to commend this to the community. And I can assure you I'll be taking a very fresh look at things once we have had that feedback from the community. So please do not interpret a vote in support now as being in support of anything other than the process which has brought us to this stage, and we'll be bringing a very open mind to how we proceed from here. The other point that I wanted to make briefly is a very direct and clear thanks to staff for the quality of information that has been brought to us in very short notice. As Councillor Naylor said, you know, more insight than we've ever had around MSL, the information around vehicles, street lightings, etc. It helped us make better decisions today. And I know last week in our workshop session, I had some pretty direct comments about being concerned about the quality of information, the timeliness of information. I feel that challenge has been well met. And I want to thank the staff for that and hope that we are now setting a new baseline for what we will see in terms of information available to Council, regardless of how the decisions go on the basis of that information. Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given the floor's been open to debate, I just want to make a brief comment. Along the lines of Councillor Barrett, I don't agree with every single thing in this budget, but I will be voting in favour of it because of the good work that I believe we've done today. But I want to draw attention to two things. Firstly, the 3.2% box that we didn't touch today of interest payments that is going on our rates and our ratepayers that we can't debate. We can't discuss it. We can't not pay the interest on our debt. And if we continue to increase our debt year on year, that box is going to increase year on year. And so I know often we talk about capital new, we're only paying a little bit of it in year one. Well, we're paying for last year's year one, year two this year, you know? So it does concern me that we have a significant debt-funded capital new program that is going to increase that untouchable box for next year, and we will all be sitting around the table next year looking at whatever that figure may be. So I flag that now. It does concern me. But I want to say I'm very proud of what we've done. A 1.16% to my count drop from the programs that we reduced, and then roughly, if my maths is correct, about a 0.33% increase from the reintroduction of the cycleway maintenance, bringing us down from 7.6% to somewhere in the vicinity of 6.44 to 6.77, which I feel is a much more honest figure to consult on with our community around what we're doing. I feel it's a much more principled decision around showing that we are thinking seriously about how we can tighten our belts just as our community is. So I know we've had some tough discussions here today. I know tensions are a bit high, but thank you for having this debate. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. And thank you to our staff for providing the commentary throughout that in a bit of an unconventional debate. We've been asking questions throughout the process. I feel it's certainly helped us make good decisions. So I'm very comfortable voting in favour of this draft annual budget.
All right. Look, I too forgot to thank Wade and the staff, so thank you for what you've done. And I think it has been quite enlightening seeing the level of material presented to us. And as Brent said, it's a sea change, and we appreciate that. I know we've given you a hospital pass back, but that's you wanted a challenge, so yeah. Can I just ask what we got to? Is there what the rate is?
Approximately 6.4.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll do the vote by division. Thank you.
That the Chief Executive incorporate the outcomes from today into the updated versions of the consultation document and the supporting information which will be presented for adoption by the Council on the 15th of March. The Deputy Mayor. Councillor Barrett.
For.
Councillor Hancock.
For.
Councillor Arnott.
For.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Wood.
For.
Councillor Harpeter.
For.
Councillor Dennison.
For.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
For.
Councillor Meehan.
For.
Councillor Naylor.
For.
Councillor Finlay.
Support.
Councillor McCallum.
Positive.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
The Mayor.
For.
Councillor Zabellan.
For.
It's 15 votes for and 1 against, Mr.
Thank you. Right, we just have to pass it. Thank you. We just have to pass a resolution, and I'm going to take a very quick 5-minute break, but we just have to extend the meeting till 6. I'm going to delay a whole lot of papers to the next meeting, but if we can just, when the screen comes back, that we resolve to extend the meeting until 6 p.m. I'll look to move that, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. If we could just do that with a show of hands. All those in favour? Against? Abstain? Okay, all right, thank you. All right.
Apologies for, I have to leave.
Okay, look, we'll have a 5-minute break and then we're coming back to the officers here. I'm moving, sorry people, we're still in the meeting. I'm going to move item 9, item 10, item 12, item 13, item 14, item 15 and part 2 to our next available meeting.
Oh, well, I'll stay.
So we are looking at, people have commitments too, I know, a little bit later, so I'm aware of that. So we're looking at the next item being number 8 around the proposed plan change, and we have to approve item 11. All right?
Oh, no, okay.
Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, good evening. Michael Jundin, Principal Planner. I think the memo spells out really that this is really an administrative part of the plan change process. It's a bit of a, I guess, a rubber stamping exercise of sorts, also in a literal sense in terms of needing to apply the council seal. But I'll take the memo as read, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any questions of the officers? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've seen quite a bit online about potential flooding problems in Whiskey Creek. Quite a few photos of the land flooded over the years. Is that something that's been investigated properly by officers?
Yes, that was explored quite extensively through the plan change process. Evidence was presented through the plan change, and commissioners who had delegated authority to make the decision on the plan change heard that evidence and considered that and then made that decision accordingly. And the recommendation was to approve the plan change.
Thank you.
So, Michael, on page 35, and further to Councillor Arnott's questions around flooding, with the private plan change to this proposed residential area, Matangi, is the white area the higher than, is that the knob of the area there?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that area shown in white is largely outside of what's been characterised as a flood-prone area, so that's controlled under the district plan, and the remaining area is within the flood-prone area, which generally follows the watercourse of Whiskey Creek.
And the engineering, obviously, the detail will be in the Commissioner's report, but there's engineering standards about higher sort of levels and that sort of thing?
Yes, the plan change provisions require any development in that area to avoid flood hazards, so there's a requirement there to meet minimum floor heights. Could also be achieved through raising the level of land. There's also some requirements in there that require either improvements or no additional flooding impacts for neighbouring residential properties.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Michael. It's just because the Commissioner's findings aren't included. The impact on the neighbouring properties of Meadowbrook Drive. What was the process with the Commissioners or the consenting process in including those property owners? And I'm only saying that because a couple of them are friends of mine and they were totally against it and couldn't believe that it actually got through. One of the concerns was that if the minimum ground level had to come up above the rear boundary of their fences, then their fear was that any overflow would flood into their properties. So, do you have any comments on that, Michael?
Only just to state that those issues were well canvassed through the process, and that was, I guess, a matter that the Commissioners examined and they made their decision. But to the first point of your question, the neighbouring landowners were directly notified of the process, and many of them did make submissions through the process, and those were heard by the Commissioners and responded to by the Council and the proponent of the plan change for the hearing, and that informed the Commissioner decision.
So Mike, am I right in saying the decision, the document material actually is available, isn't it? It's on the website?
Yes, the full plan change, all the information from lodgement through to the submissions and the eventual decision is on the website.
And has anybody appealed this decision?
There were no appeals.
Okay. Okay. All right. Are there any other questions of the officer? No? Oh, sorry, Councillor Dennison.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just in regards to no one appealing the decision, was that because there was they have to foot their own costs for that process and have representation, potentially?
I'm not sure. I mean, that would be up to the submitters. I'm not certain of what might have driven their decisions about whether to appeal or not.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, Michael. So, councillors, we have four in front of us, 4 resolutions. It's around the proposed plan change J, Massey University Turitea Historic Area, and the private plan change for Matangi Residential Area. And it's around council resolves, if we go back to 1 and 2, please, that we approve the proposed plan change J, Massey University Turitea Historic Area, pursuant to clause 17 of the first schedule of the RMA Act 1991. And number 2, that council approve private plan change Matangi Residential Area, pursuant to clause 17 of the first schedule of the RMA Act 1991. Number 3, that the proposed plan change J, Massey University Turitea Historic Area and plan change, private plan change Matangi Residential Area become operative on the 22nd of March 2023, pursuant to clause 20 of the first schedule of the RMA Act 1991. And number 4, that the resolution to make proposed plan change J, Massey University Turitea Historic Area and plan change, private plan change Matangi Residential Area operative are publicly notified in accordance with clause 20 of the first schedule of the Resource Management Act 1991. I'm happy to move those. Could I have a seconder? Thank you to the Deputy Mayor. I'd just like to thank, obviously, the commissioners that did the work on this, but also to the officers, because I do know this was quite a big amount of work. The Turitea Historic Area was probably a bit easier because it was a bit more low-hanging fruit, but it's important that we protect that area as well. And it's something that's quite unique to Massey and to our city of Palmerston North. The other one being a private plan change was documented, and obviously there are people that won't be happy with the decision neighbouring them. But I suppose we have to take the advice of the independent commissioners and look at that in its totality. So I'm quite happy to approve this on the information that we have available and ask you to support it. Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just going to keep it brief. I'm going to ask that 2 be separated in the fact that I'm being aware that there have been photos on numerous years where there's been quite inundated with water. And with the events that have happened with the last cyclone, it does raise the concern to me around the impact that that could have on that suburb. And so therefore, I'm going to vote against that and ask that that recommendation be put separately. Thank you.
Great. No other comments?
Can I just ask a procedural question, please, Mr Mayor? Because Council's unable to change the decision of commissioners at this point. So what, apart from a public statement that you don't agree with the decision, what's the benefit of separating out?
Publicly.
What would happen if we voted against it, if everybody joined Mr Dennison?
I'm unsure, to be honest, but you can publicly say you don't agree.
Well, what would be, I suppose the question for officers, what would be the implications of a majority vote against two?
Mr Murphy or our legal counsel if they could comment.
We have considered this and it would put us in a difficult position. The appeals period has closed. There is no changing the decision. If it did not pass, it could be that the proponent for the district plan change would judicially review the decision that you're making here now, and there could be some kind of rebate for the costs that have been charged to them, and those are some of the risks. It's not recommended.
Just for simplicity then, so without the complications, Mr Mayor, if I can just reply, that if you could just separate 1 and I'll participate, and the balance of those items, I'll withdraw myself from the meeting.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Harpiter?
I'm going to fully support all four. This process is a process that is run by commissioners, and as a commissioner myself, it is a very tough process, and I think we need to respect the process. Some of us in this room are commissioners. We go through a tough, hard, drooling process to become commissioners. Some of you are not commissioners, so it is a distinction between the two parts of us as councillors and non-commissioners. I think that, I'm not trying to give a lesson at all, but all I'm trying to say is there's two processes here. We need to respect the hearings process, and it is a very tough process. Council's put it before us. We need to respect that, and I'm going to basically approve all four as a councillor and as a commissioner, but not on this process.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sorry, and with all due respect to the commissioners, the question that's sitting with me now is, why is this even part of the process if the commissioners make the final decision?
That's a very good question. Possibly Mr Murphy could enlighten us.
Yeah, it is a relatively unique part of the RMA, so you delegate the decisions to the commissioners, but it comes back here for final approval. You know, you could turn down the plan change, but as Desiree has said, that would leave us in a sort of like a legal no man's land, is the way it's best described. So,
then just for the
an analogy really is, you know, a judge makes a decision. And then for whatever reason it was coming back to the Crown and they decided to overturn a decision without hearing any of the evidence. I think the key thing is the elected members sitting around the table today did not hear the evidence. So it's a quasi-judicial process. So it's very difficult to make a decision without considering the evidence.
Just a little comment further to that. It is an RMA process, but under the LGA, Council has the district plan decision, so it's your decision only to adopt and to change a district plan, which is what we're doing here.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we have the, we'll do one first and then we'll do the other three. Just in right of reply, thank you, Councillor Harpiter, just to explain the situation. I think that was probably needed, and Mr Murphy for understanding where we fit into the rather unique nature of the Act. We haven't heard the evidence, and we are taking the advice of the commissioners who have, as we know, have had quite a lengthy series of hearings. So. I too have had the neighbours in my ear too, and you know, I can understand their issues as well. Some of the stuff on Facebook, you've got to be a bit careful what is selectively put up as well. But I'm happy to pass this on again, the information that's been put in front of us. So I'd ask you to support it if we could. Thank you. So we'll vote on number 1 first. I'll do that by division if we. Thank you.
That council approved proposed plan change J, Massey University Turitea Historic Area pursuant to clause 17 of the first schedule of the Resource Management Act 1991.
I think we put, sorry, Hannah, I think we can do that with a show of hands. So number 1 we can. So I'm getting a lot of nods, so we'll do that with a show of hands. All those in favour? Okay, that's unanimous, thank you.
abstain.
Oh, abstaining on 1. Okay. Thank you. All right, we'll now go to 2, and 2 to 3 and 4 we will do by division. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, has someone asked for a division?
I have.
Oh.
Yeah.
So on numbers 2, 3 and 4 before you, Councillor Zabellin?
4.
Councillor Meehan?
4.
Councillor Hapeta.
For.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Abstain.
Councillor Arnott.
Against.
The Mayor.
For.
Deputy Mayor. Councillor McCallard.
For.
Councillor Hancock.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Naylor.
For.
Councillor Wood.
For.
Those at the table, there's one against, Mr Mayor, so it's passed.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Right. Moving through to number 11, and I invite our colleagues back to the table, is around the adoption of the CEDA Appointment of Directors Policy 2023 and alteration to the CEDA Constitution. Who's presenting this? Sarah, thank you. Page 235, thank you.
Kia ora koutou, everyone. I'll keep it brief. This report is to update the CEDA appointments policy to reflect the current committee structure. It involves removing the reference to the Strategic Joint Committee and replacing it with the words the councils. It also offers the option of reducing the number of directors on the CEDA board, and we've given several examples in the report. If council was wanted to do that, that would also require a change to the constitution of CEDA, and so therefore we've asked for delegated authority for the mayor to create a special resolution or to sign a special resolution on behalf of the shareholders. There is one error in the report I'd just like to mention. The policy in the introduction section, it mentions the minimum of 5 to 7 directors. That needs to change to 4 to 6. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Hapeta.
Thank you, Sarah. Have you been in touch with the CEDA board, and what do they actually want? Have we asked the question of the board for what they would want?
Yes, the mayor has been in contact with the board, and the chair has suggested she would prefer the 6 members at least.
Thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Sorry, if I'm misunderstanding what you just said, but are you saying in table 1 on page 237 that should read 4 to 6 currently? Sorry, I'm just trying to understand what the correction was that you just mentioned.
In the introduction section of the policy, the attachment, it just reads 5 to 7. It should read 4 to 6.
I see, assuming that we adopted 4 to 6.
Assuming you did,
Okay.
yes.
And just a second question around process. If we endorsed 4 to 6, would MDC have to do that as well for that to become part of CEDA's constitution?
Correct, yes. So MDC is meeting tomorrow and discussing the same paper.
All right, thank you.
All right. Councillor Naylor.
Oh, sorry, a quick question, because someone did ask, this did come up recently. What happens if we decide a different thing to MDC about anything like to do with CEDA?
It wouldn't go through.
Oh, so like a lack of majority because it's one. Wow.
Yeah, both shareholders need to agree.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Otherwise, it just goes back to the status quo.
Correct. Yeah, it stays as it is.
Thank you.
We have spoken to our colleagues, so we're on the same page. I mean, we wouldn't be having this conversation if we weren't. So there's definitely a joined up thinking in this. Okay, no more questions. Thank you, Sarah. All right, we have 4 recommendations. It's around that council resolving we adopt the CEDA Appointment Directors Policy 2023, Attachment 1 to replace the former 2016 policy. Number 2, that council amend the CEDA Constitution to read 6.1, the number of directors subject to clause 6.6. The board shall consist of a minimum of 4 and a maximum of 6 directors. Number 3, that council delegate authority to the mayor to sign a special resolution to alter the CEDA Constitution as stated in recommendation 2 on behalf of the City Council as shareholder. And number 4, that council delegate the authority to the Palmerston North City Council CEO to, or Chief Executive, in consultation with the Manawatu District Council CE to make any minor amendments to the Central Economic Development Agency Limited Appointment Directors Policy 2023. I'm happy to move that, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Any comments? Okay. We will put this to the vote by show of hands, unless there's... Okay, all those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. I will declare the meeting closed. And if I could ask Councillor Fitzgerald to formally close us, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tēnā tātou te whare no reira. Kia tau kia tātou katoa, te ata whaetu tātou reki ahi Ukraiti, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu. Ake. Āmene. Thank you.
Yeah. Kia ora, everyone. Look, thanks very much, everybody. It's been a big day. Appreciate your patience today. We'll look where we can move those other items to either the 15th or possibly even a little bit later. Some are not time-bound. Some are a bit more urgent than others. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Thanks to Wade and the staff. Good effort today. Thank you. Much appreciated.